What's up? Welcome to the start of a very long journey. Well, I expect. I hope it'll be very short. We're learning Common UI. I have no time frame for this. I mean, I have a date that I would like to have it learned and have it integrated into our project and like enough knowledge of how to use it that, you know, we're good to go. But I don't even know where we're gonna start. I'm gonna pull up the documentation. We're gonna do a few things at the start here. We're gonna talk about our goals with integrating Common UI, what we need to have working, and go a bit beyond that too. So we're gonna even talk about like Steam input, because that's part of it. And then we will try to figure out our not that. Our methodology for getting there, and a plugin that I would like to use that has very good reviews. I just, you know, need to learn how to use it and how to get it integrated, so we'll get there. How you doing, Ruben Tice? And Slug Dev, how you guys doing today? Okay, where do we even start with this? I'll show you the plugin that I want to use. And it has really good reviews. Do I need to log into my... Why do I always have to do that? Why does it always ask me to log in to my Epic Games account? Every single time I press remember me in games and apps that use Epic Games to sign in. And it never remembers me. How you doing, Bane Trapper? Fresh cut? Yeah, I did. I got that on Friday before I had my, I had a lot to do on Friday. I went to Kraków to have a haircut, to meet with friends for lunch, to meet with another friend for discussion about Redlock, and then meet with the same friends that I met at lunch for another meeting. Actually, the friend that I had met for a discussion about Redlock and the friends that I met at lunch afterwards, and I got home at like midnight. Busy day. Very busy day, but it was a fun day. Okay, hold on, I gotta log into my account. But I don't know my password. So we're gonna do it this way. Epic Games. Okay. I also made a new build of the game on yesterday. There was a bug that was found with our mantling code, and I fixed that up. So that was an improvement. Okay. Sign into my Epic account. Gonna ask me for a, yep. Code sent to my email, God forbid. Okay. There we go. I have this plugin called Menu System Pro. And this should be a fully functioning menu system, easy multi-save. It has FSR and DLSS built in, Common UI and enhanced input integration. It seems like the best plugin for us to use so that I don't have to write another settings menu. And I don't have to, you know, this will just have everything integrated. I don't have to integrate DLSS and FSR again. You know, that was kind of annoying to set up. It took us a long time in Golden Chronicles to get that made. And same, we had to rewrite it again for Coin Pusher. I don't want to have to do it a third time. Or at least if we do, you know, this will be a bit more modular in that way. Feature overview. Quick start. Integration. Documentation. So the features of this are blueprint only. Doesn't really matter to me, but fine. Clean separation. Designs can be changed. Well, that's part of common UI. Advanced design changes are easier to make in UMG widgets. I hope so. Blah, 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 blah. Lots of stuff. We'll see. We'll see. I can't reuse the ones I created because I created those ones to be working, not modular. Because that would have taken more time and more refactors. So maybe with this we will... I'm not going to focus on modularity with this at the start, but what I will try to do is learn as much about this so that if we needed to make it work properly with... I don't know, we'll see. I have no idea what to expect with this. It has really good reviews. It does everything that I would want it to do. We will see. We have lots of videos to watch. And a big old documentation document. It is 190 pages. Oh, wonderful. Jesus Christ. Well, there's like a lot of this is like release notes. Okay, maybe not. It's only 10 pages. Okay. Oh, this is nice. It gives us the overview concept of everything. Can I make this dark? Oh, it's better than nothing. BP menu system anchor instantiates WBP menu container and a sound manager for the UI. Menus are audio settings menu, common activatable widget, controls through an interface, user widget extension, slider base, common button base. Examples. The menu system actor instantiates the menu container base widget, which serves as a container for all the UI widgets. User interface is built on common UI, leveraging both our custom menu widget and widgets implementing BPI user widget extension interface. Okay, so you can either use their custom menu widget or implement the BPI. All user widgets and menus inherit from common UI classes. Menu widget serves as a container for other UI elements. These menu widgets are dynamically added to the common UI stack at runtime to manage focus and navigation. I should hope so, because focus and navigation are perhaps some of the most annoying pieces of shit in Unreal ever made. There's a sound manager UI for audio management. Enables audio queuing and global handling of UI sounds. Okay. We're not going to worry about sounds yet. That'll be a separate pass we do. Menu system game instance has the settings manager, game, save game manager, and game instance extension. Menu level game mode. And a player controller. I would like to hopefully integrate these with our existing game instances, game mode, and controller. Which I do see here, integration with stuff, so this would of course give us an easier start, but I don't want to have to copy everything over to these default blueprints. The game instance includes a settings manager for UI independent management of settings and serialization using the JSON blueprint utilities. It also contains the save game manager for saving and loading the game. Game instance extension offers a standardized signature for function calls from other classes and therefore allows easy integration into an existing game instance class. That's good to know. Okay, so yeah, I was wondering that today. It's like, okay, I'm coming in to do common UI. We're also, yeah, we'll see, because we're not supposed to be doing save games until next milestone at the end of March. What's up, Andreas? Hope you guys are having a good Monday. Sorry I'm a little bit late today. I woke up a bit later. Menu level game mode, also play level game mode, is extended using the menu game mode component for local multiplayer functionality. Okay, you know, not something we need to worry about. Good to know. Menu system player controller is extended with the menu controller component, which houses essential code for interacting with the menu system, and also things like setting up the enhanced input system. Okay, so they're running all of their input through the controller. That should be fine for us. We can put all of the menu control in there. It's not a problem. Okay, getting started. Let's follow along with this. I made a new branch. We are fresh and ready to go. Let's get this added. You'll forgive me having a slow work start day. I don't know what it is. I was tired yesterday too. Cache size. Let's remove the local cache. That might be old. Is this not? Oh, here it is. 800 megabytes. It's pretty large. But I guess because it integrates FSR and DLSS that it might have those files along with it, now that I think about it. Those SDKs. While that's loading up, let me show you the calendar. At maximum scale, apparently. So we are on February 23rd, this whole week, Common UI. And until we need it to get done. I have no time frame, of course. I would like to get it done before the end of the month. If we need to cancel Crimson Desert gameplay, we absolutely will. My only goal is to just learn it, take as much time as it needs to figure it out. Even if that pushes us into April. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck anymore. We're doing it. We're gonna learn this shit. Any clue if Epic allows transferring account merchandise to other accounts, like assets I bought on wrong account to transfer to my company account? As long as they are still yours, it is fine. You can also share assets or plugins with other people on your team. Since it is not a per seat license, it's more of like a goodwill kind of thing where if I join a team, it is okay for me to share all of the things that I have purchased with that team. But I can't do it if I'm not part of that team. At least that's the way that I understand the license. Additionally, okay, some source file changes. Additionally, if you, at the time of purchasing the asset, purchase the license that fits you, so like the personal license, but later your company becomes, or that project becomes, you know, profitable enough, you don't have to repurchase the license. So you only need to purchase it only matters at the time that you buy it. What is the circumstance? which is a pretty nice one. Yeah, hold on. Let's see what plugins we need here. We need JSON blueprint utilities, common UI, and enhanced input should be enabled already. Oh. Add menu system pro to your project. If you did this before enabling the plugin, remove it and start from step 1. The asset will be broken if you do not follow the order. Oops. I should have read all of that. You know what? They should have put that up at the start. They should have put that up at the start. Do not add the project yet. Beautiful. Yeah, what a thing to put at the end. Don't do the thing that seems like the most likely thing to do. Okay, we're fresh now. You know, if this is a sign, if this is an omen for how me learning common UI is going to be, buckle up. Probably have to read first. Well, I did read. I read the order of events. I have no excuse. I should have read. Okay, we need common UI, right? Common UI, enable, beta plugin. That means it's broken as shit. And JSON blueprint utilities. You know, I always forget that they have this integrated, and I don't need a plugin, like an external one for it. Any gaming drama? I feel like I read some stuff on Friday and Saturday. That would have been just prime to talk about. Almost absent. Guten Morgen? Guten Morgen. Okay, we restarted the engine. Now we need to add it. I'm going to close it first, though. Just closed plastic. That was not what I wanted it to close. Thank you. And what I think I'll do too is the moment we get like this getting started done, I'm going to commit my changes to this branch because it's possible we might make changes and I want to revert to the clean addition of all that. Should we import? Let's try it. Project settings. Enable enhanced input support and allow out of focus device input in the common input settings, okay? Okay, common input settings. Where is that? Here it is. Restart, sure. Yeah, we're doing UI. We gotta do it. Okay, BP menu UI input data. Under platform input window, set default gamepad name to XSX. Okay. It's in here. XSX. And then we need to add controller data. It says keyboard, mouse, XSX, PS5, and Switch. Okay. Switch to the engine enhanced input, enable enhanced input user settings. Okay. Switch to engine general settings, set game viewport client class. Jesus Christ. So many things to change. Says to restart, I will restart. And then we'll continue on. What is this, like 200 pages of just installation? Okay, engine input. Ensure default classes are set to enhanced input. Yes. Change maps, game modes, instance class to use BP if you already have a game. Jump to set up your existing game instance. Okay, let's do that. Let's hold here. Am I installing Linux? It kind of feels like that. I've heard there are some distributions that are pretty easy to install, but only experience I have is with Raspbian. It wasn't great. First setup for enhanced input and menu system pro, or not enhanced input, common UI. Plus 1 gigabytes to the repo. Technically, I could delete Golden Chronicles from a repo and save a lot of space. Okay. Now let's integrate. We'll do an integration and we'll save again. You know, we'll commit all those changes. That way we can revert back to installation, to integration, and then we can just start building it up slowly. So there might be a lot of pushes today. But I don't want to fuck this up. Okay, we need to jump to set up your existing game instance. If you wish to use your own game instance, follow this guide. All other users can just use the existing game instance. Add a BPI. Okay, let's get our GI tract open. BPI game instance extension. That gives us spawn actor from game instance, get player controller, get player character, spawn actor. Interesting. Okay. Copy all variables from BP menu system game instance. Okay. Let's find that. We'll get them with the same whatchamacallit, the config category. It's nice to see that they're using upper camel case too. So that's consistent with our naming schema. Speaking of categories, I need to fix my categories. I could do that right now if we want. Some of these will be deleted, of course, as we do some refactors. Checkpoints. Input. Player, and these can go into playtest. Okay. I will open this on my other screen. First up is a PDA global menu config. Object reference, and we call this global menu config. Second is a PDA global menu config redirector. Config redirector. Both of these go into a category called Menu System Pro General. Oops. Okay, next up is a float value. This is current playtime timer. We kind of have that, but we might hook into theirs depending on how it's used. And then there is a timer handle. I bet that's like stops whenever you're opening a menu or something. Playtime timer handle. And this goes in Menu System Pro, Save Game. Okay, 3 more. We have a BP Settings Manager soft object reference. Settings Manager. We have a Save Game Manager, also soft object. And then last but not least, we have a sound class that is a map sound class to float. Oop, there it is. And that is sound classes. And those are not in any category. But we could add them if we want. Let's go menu, system, pro, miscellaneous. Okay, that step is done. I bet we need to copy some of this stuff though. Let's see. Implement all functions. Sorry. That BP menu system game instance implements by double clicking on them and copying the code from the example. Do not forget the code inside the functions. Okay, so we just need to copy those over. This is kind of interesting. I wonder what they use this for. I mean, I know it's for spawning actors, but I wonder, like, is there a reason that my menu system has that integrated? Get player controller, get player character. I do kind of already have functions like this in our function library. But we can still hook these up. Let's delete them from the BPI if we need to. Not a big deal. Anyways, how am I functioning? Man, I wonder that every fucking day, I'll tell you that. Okay, there's general. Yeah, these we can copy. You know the day when you have ice in your Diet Coke? Well, I'm switching away from Diet Coke soon because it is too expensive. End of an era. I should have my new flavored water packets at the end of, well, probably Wednesday. I'll have them here. Makes my keyboard sticky? No, it doesn't. I don't know. I only drink sugar-free stuff. I don't like oil, stickiness, anything like that on my keyboard or mouse. So if I ever like snack at my desk, it's like pretzels. Things that won't fuck anything up. Okay, get current level name. Current playtime is probably just hooking in that float value. Okay, and then the save game manager. Good to me. Irresistible powdered donuts. Here's the thing, if you gave me something like that to eat while I'm at my computer, I would put it on a plate and eat it with a fork. That's how averse I am to having dirty, oily fingers while using my electronics. Call me crazy. Call me a psychopath. Okay, we did this. Compare both your game instance and our game instance side by side. Ensure you have correctly connected all nodes. And set up these default values. We did forget that. Okay, the redirector is this one. Everything else is empty. Plastic fork. No, see, no, the plastic fork would never fail you. What would fail you would be those like stupid, you know, you go to like those really fancy schmancy parties and they give you those, these like biodegradable forks that you plunge into something kind of wet and they just disintegrate. Like this bullshit. Or they have these little tiny horrible prongs that actually don't pierce anything very well. Horrible. Oh. Refactoring fuel lines of code now, like every system is not working, can't pick up stuff. AI is apparently off as well. This is fine, I can fix it. Oof. And it's at that moment you realize how like hard-coded you made everything. You're like, shit, I might as well just refactor all of it. Before you can ship your game with localization support, you need to change some of your project settings. Oh, it's for packaging. But yeah, we are not anywhere close to localization yet. We are over a year away from that. Probably close to over 2 years away from doing that, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Those ones you've never seen working, they come pre-broken. Okay, so we should all be set up. From what I can see here. Oh wait, it's because we skipped to the game instance, but we actually have to set up the player too. Hold on. Lockheed83, thanks for the follow. Happy Monday. Okay, we gotta get the... The main system loads the correct levels for new game when returning to the main menu and for multiplayer. I don't know if we're ready to do that yet. I mean, unless we want to use their main menu for now, but I don't really want to. So we'll come back to that. So let's just go to the play level. To prepare your play level for accessing the in-game menu, please follow steps. Add BP menu system actor to your play level. I have to add a BP to the level in order to get my menu system to work accurately. Huh? If their chosen localization, learn how to do it and put it aside till everything is finished. Hard to learn it and test it before I claimed I can do it. Oh, had to learn it. Yeah, yeah. I was pleasantly surprised at how easy it was to implement localization, at least in Unreal. And it was pretty fun, and I think we did a good job. Is using Google Translate enough? No, it is not enough. Definitely not enough. But I can connect you with the people that I use to localize into different languages. I don't remember what languages we had. English, French, Italian, German, Japanese, Korean, Polish, Russian, simplified Chinese, Spanish, Latin America, Swedish, and Turkish. So I can you can either check our credits in there, and a lot of them have their Discord names there, but if not, I can hook you up with anybody. My wife does Japanese and Polish, for instance. My CP collection. He's doing the common UI. I am doing the common UI thing and wondering why I have to add a BP to my level for menus, but I guess I'll do it. Don't ask me. Yeah, I'm using an external plugin that I bought a while back. I was supposed to use it for Coin Pusher, but we didn't because that game was so far along that refactoring our entire UI was not something I wanted to do. So we just kind of made it work with what we had. But now we're so early that it's the perfect time to do it properly. Hopefully it won't complicate things. I hope not. I mean, right now I don't mind because we only have like a few actually interactable widgets, which is good because, you know, we need to have gamepad input. And a lot of the other ones we have are non, you know, UI. It's just a bunch of, My CPU did something funky there. Yeah, most of the other stuff that we have here is just not interactable at all, so I'm hoping that that'll be pretty easy to refactor. And everything we're currently using is working off of MVVM. So we should be able to like totally redo our UI. It won't impact anything else, and we can just hook up the variables from MVVM again, worst case scenario. Fingers crossed. You're adding more playtime content to take the game from 1 hour to 6 hours. Just be careful not to overextend your gameplay loop. If your loop is only fun for 3 hours, definitely no point adding in 3 more hours beyond that. Character looks like Michelin Man? That's right. That's what the game's about. World settings in your level and change the game mode override. I don't want to do that. You already have your own game mode. You can implement the BP menu system game mode component on it. Okay. Menu system game mode component. Do I have to do anything to this? Should we check their game mode? What's up, Kent? This is the menu level game mode. Play level game mode. Nope, just the component. Good enough. Okay. If you wish to use your own player controller and character classes and make them compatible, please follow these steps. Add the menu controller component to your player controller. Okay. Menu controller component. If your character cannot move, see common issues. Can my character move? My character cannot move. They ruined it. They've stolen my inputs. Game instance is not set or does not implement our events and functions. It does. Just did that. Enhanced input classes are not set. They are. Character event possessed does not call the set input mode. Let's check their character. Check the character. Wait, is it not supposed to do not remove event possessed? Okay. It said player character though. Not controller. Noticeably increase the pacing of the game, adding content before the 1 hour main loop to build up the story, doing a bit of restoration of the building. Player gets money, use it to renovate rooms. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you can show me the game before you release. 100%. Initialize menu system pro. See, what I don't like is that they have all of these, their own... inputs here that I don't need. I don't really want to copy all this stuff, you know? Because, like, I'm going to worry about gamepad input separately for the game. That's easy to do. I just want to know where they're, I guess, where they're controlling UI input. So I think I'll just copy this for now. just throw it in here for now. Note is optional. You can remove it for single player. Good. I don't know if we need this for possessed client. I do think we need this node. It's kind of weird though that I don't have input already there. Pretty sure I would. Yeah, what's overriding the input here? In the character, the input actions are still using the legacy input system. No, they're not. I need to change IMC character on foot with the IMC your character uses. Okay, so this is mainly what I wanted to know. Global menu config. Where was that? Especially if when you use common UI, you generally want to drive the input mode only by the current active. The whole point to avoid managing input modes, manually after opening. Let's get through it. I wanted, it looks like they kind of gave you like a head start. Like here's a character that already works and has controls and enhanced input and everything is set up if you want to just start with this from scratch. Obviously we don't. I have my inputs. I know how to deal with inputs. What I want is just the menu part of this, not the whole package. I'm just trying to tear it out of there. Where's the global menu? I seem to remember them referencing this somewhere. Data asset. EA global menu config. Okay. Where is that? Oh, it was this thing that we were supposed to set up. IMC always allowed IMC character on foot. Pause inventory, push to talk discovery menu. Yeah, we'll change this one to start. I don't like the management in the data asset for this. I might just remove those. And just self-manage those. Okay, at least that's back. One thing at a time. Okay, where were we? Set up the character class. You will need to add some code for initialization, opening the menu, accessing settings such as axis inversion and sensitivity. Wonderful. Copy and paste all the nodes. No. No, I will not. No, I definitely will not. Where was their menu? Select back extra, reset settings, apply settings, clear input, blah 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 blah. And they're like always available one. Pause inventory, push to talk discovery. Where was their character with the pausing? Pause. Get controller. Get component by class. This seems really obtuse, like they want to grab the controller. Grab a component by class and then grabbing information from it without even doing a validation check. And I mean, the cast node is not a problem here because player controller is obviously loaded if we have a player. But I'd almost rather like a soft fail here where we have something that tries to grab the BP menu controller component, and if it just isn't valid, we just don't do anything with it. You know, a validated get, essentially. And then just do BPI calls for these parts of it. Did we implement this BPI on the player controller? Maybe it's part of the component? Yeah. Hmm. I mean, I can hook that into our pause. I don't need their thing to always be loaded just to have that. Well, let's try stealing their pause just to test this all out. Yeah, I don't like this though. I feel like there's so many better ways to do this specific thing. Like, why not? Why plug in get controller, cast to player controller, and we could just get the current player controller. Well, I'll leave it like this for now, for the sake of testing. And then we'll just integrate this input action onto our already existing input mapping context. What's wrong with it? I don't like what it's doing. I don't like the lack of validation with a component. And a lot of their inputs reuse the same architecture, which to me says that it should be a function or a macro, with some safeguards in place if that component is not valid. Like, they do that all over the place. They just try to grab this component. With no validation of existence. But it's not the end of the world for testing. It's just something that I would fix up wherever I put my inputs. I know where they are. Although that shouldn't be there. Oh. I mean, it did at least load up their menu. Okay. It did at least load it. I don't know if this has default gamepad support for cobwebs on there. For like my PS5 controller, I doubt it. There we go. Yes, it does. Sometimes there's that blue focus outline. Not the end of the world, though. Especially right now. Damn. Does this actually work right now? I don't think so. Oh. Maybe it does. Maybe some of it does. Difficulty? We're not gonna have a difficulty mode. Well, we will, but not through this method. Have to remove that. Interesting. Like it puts my my focus back on the wrong widget. Oh. That's default main menu, okay. Interesting. Interesting. What's next? For that, your character should be able to open the in-game menu for the specified input action. Yes. We can. We will use that eventually. This was the game instance. We did that. This is for packaging. This section you will learn how to modify the overall appearance of the UI. This is for the styles, right? This is the benefit of common UIs. You have these styles. And so all you have to do to modify the entire look of your UI is to modify these styles, which is pretty nice. Which is quite nice. But we're of course not going to worry about that until insert some later date. Function first, form later. Yay, common UI. I've heard mixed things about it. I've heard there's some good things about it, some bad things about it. I've never used it. Like, what about making my own... Create your own control. DLSS plugins. You don't need plugins for DLSS. What are they talking about? Oh, okay, it does say view and external. Just that these are... Okay. I was thinking somebody was charging money for DLSS and FSR. Like, huh? Okay, so those look like pretty easy to hook up. We just need to download them, put them into the engine, of course, and then we can just re-hook these on applies. Oh boy, continue, exit. Show game over screen. As of the common UI update, 3D widgets may behave differently. We do not recommend using them. An alternative to use menus linked to world objects is to use a normal 2D menu updating the position of certain elements based on the world location of an object in the world. Really? Interesting to note. Do they mention like Steam input anywhere here? Who was talking to me about Steam input the other week? I think it was one of you. UI is not worth it if you're not ready to go into the engine source code. Epic are right about not labeling it as production ready with all the random issues around input routing, UMG view model issues. Oh, it has MVVM issues, and they need to set up a beefy framework for UI, which to be honest you don't have to do anyway. Is that the current view as of 5.7 or as of when you last used it? And honestly, at this point, we are not in production. We are in pre-production. And will likely be in pre-production for many months. I mean, it's already set up here. It is working. I just need to learn how to actually use it to, you know, initialize my own UI. But having issues with MVVM is a bit of a problem. Does Common UI fully replace just throwing a widget, like old school style? I mean, it didn't seem like it was having an issue with any of my old widgets and MVVM stuff. No, I mean, those seem like they're working. Hmm. They were randomly unbinding things? Oh, wonderful. But still, there's just a need to configure some sort of input state machine on top of the bundled input handler. I mean, it was working. Like, I have my controller plugged in. I can open up their menu thing, and apart from the stick drift that I have, of course, and the fact that my inputs are still working behind the scenes because they're handled separately, it all seems to be functional. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that part seems to be functional. That's all I can say. And honestly, I really just need like UI gamepad support and our options menu. Those are really the two things that are the most fucking annoying. I mean, I understand that it's not just add to viewport, right? I understand that. But I don't need in my opinion, I don't need everything to support Common UI. I mean, the only reason I would want that is probably just for the styles. Let's see what they do to actually add in a widget. Use a single player menu to build off of that. New menu, hello world, this is a test. Move all the code from the previous widgets. I mean, this is all looking pretty standard right now. Okay, so they override on widget clicked. And they have this own function for on transition to target menu. Interesting. New pickers. So they have a WBP options picker. And that's got its own setup for settings data, style data, option name description, localizable, option image. Okay. Interesting. And they do set explicit navigation information. As long as this doesn't reset. That was really... on the last game we worked on, I had to... the navigation would just reset itself to back to default, and I had to remake it from scratch. That was just part of Unreal, though. That wasn't anything to do with this plugin. That was fucking annoying. Now we need to add the settings data asset to save and load this new setting. Interesting. Safest to set up navigation rules on construct if you have issues with that. That sounds like a fair workaround. Not that you should have to do any of these things in the first place. Epic. Tim. Tim Sweeney, not Tim Kaine. Okay, so by using this PDA settings data, you can essentially initialize a new setting and it gets automatically stored to the configuration JSON file. Interesting. After upgrading from 5.3 to 6, we had insanely annoying issues with default values of our widgets when using create widget. That might be a related issue, but that's just uneducated. I had so much. I have so much trauma from widget input with gamepad, because like getting gamepad inputs working with your gameplay is easy, but my god, navigation and focus. If I was in a room with Hitler and Stalin and I had a gun with 2 bullets, I would shoot myself twice. Put it that way. It's horrible. It was like anything to not have to deal with widget focus and gamepad. It would just save me so much time and pain and suffering. For you at work, 80% of bugs with UI are navigation related. You'd think we would have figured this out by now, right? You would figure with all the money that Epic has, and I guess that's what Common UI is meant to do. But I've heard that even behind the scenes, Common UI doesn't have real focus. It just moves the mouse, the invisible mouse position, to be over the widget that you are, quote, focusing. If I was with Stalin, I would make him build more of those thick walls, high ceiling apartments in my country. Oh, fuck. Reset set. Reset invisible. Modify menu foot. Okay. Remove existing button or control. Okay, select the button and delete it. Hit compile. Yeah, you'll have the extra thing. Delete the event. Default selected user widget. I thought you don't want to use construct for this because event construct on a widget will actually run, it could run multiple times. From what I know, event construct, I mean, if you're just selecting a default user widget, it shouldn't be a big problem. But as far as I remember, event construct is actually called multiple times. Remove documents and inventory tabs from in-game menu. Oh, they're just resizing the tabs, okay. I mean, is the save, like, are the save files working right now? Or saving... Like, if I mess up one of those? Yeah, it is. Okay, so the JSON file is initializing. Okay. Master can be called many times, but in most cases it will be called once. Doesn't it tell you just to use initialize or on event on initialized as a true do once? Change widget style. God, it's just like you do everything through data assets with this. I have a feeling we're gonna have to open up this documentation lots of times in the future. Okay. Oh, fuck. Single player pause behavior always. Global config. You're either pausing the game and will influence a lot of different subsystems. You can trigger unexpected behavior. You will, for example, not be able to update any camera actor while paused. Engine delays and other latent actions may be stopped until the game is resumed. Yeah, you can just select perform full tick. Interesting. Pausing also affects the rendering side of the engine. Temporal solutions will all create artifacts with the default behaviors to stop frame capture and camera actors. You can fix this with C++ though, which is pretty cool. That is nice to know. Okay. I'll update that config file. Uninitialized is for any setup when widget is created, like logical things. Construct for cases where you do visual changes. I need to be aware of the UI geometry updates. Yeah, that's usually where I do. I used to do on construct until I read the information that construct is called multiple times. So now I mainly just use initialized. What's up, C-Spawn? New haircut? The same haircut that I always get, but I got it again. Mm-mm-mm-mm. This is the global menu config, though, not the global config. Unless this is what they meant. Maybe they did mean, they do mean this one. EA global config. Single player. Always pause. Looking smooth, I appreciate that. Okay, so that should pause it. I mean, the rest of the game should be fully there. Working as usual, hopefully. We could start by trying to change over like one of our menus over to their system. See if we can get that working. I don't even know where to start. I mean, they have this whole options menu and it's just kind of there. But this looks like hell. Their discoveries thing is pretty cool though. Audio logs and music, inspect 3D models, read documents and books. Pretty nice. Good thing is we don't need an inventory, because we don't have an inventory. But I think I'll just make my own systems for this. At least until I get frustrated. But we'll see. Well, we could delete these. And maybe just disable some of these options. Although I don't think navigation likes disabled buttons. At least last time I tried to use it. But maybe this has better support for that. Where's the escape menu? What is the widget that it actually loads? Hell? Oh, it's probably in the example content, right? Yeah. A pretty good example content, if you ask me. Save button and load button. These are sub-menu button. I mean, I wonder if there's just a way to disable it. Widget state disabled. So it like overrides the default disabled stuff. Implements that in some other way. Very complex transition animations and also 3D characters in the UI like in Persona games. Looks cool, but hell to make. Sure does no bugs. Yeah, I can see that being the case. Okay, so I can't select them. Okay. Damn. That is nice that just kind of works like that. I don't have to fuck around with navigation for disabled widgets. Because, like, of course we will eventually have saving and loading, but, well, not through the menu. We won't have saving. But I don't have to, like, delete them and then add them back later or something like that. But I think maybe we just make a duplicate of this. I don't know how much we want to change directly in the... project files for Menu System Pro and how much we should just copy over. Any menus? Not really. Trying to learn how to use the system, and it would be nice if we just like made a menu with this system just to get a feel for its workflow. Something simple. Something simple. Let's look it up. Let's see what we do to make a new menu. And we can like just remake our escape menu maybe, because our escape menu is really fucking easy. I don't need all the fancy options yet, but at least just for now, it would be nice to remake this with their new system, have it working with gamepad input, just to get a feel for what are the quirks, what are the challenges, what do we need to do here. What's up, Codex? Coming UI new or just new to you? It's new, kind of both, mostly the second. It is not a fully released plugin yet. Where the hell is it? Where's their make new? Create new menu. It says copy and paste into your own file structure. Do we want to do that? Probably. Probably. Where the hell is it? Single player menu. Single. Here it is. Okay, well, we will call this just escape menu new for now. What do we need to do to initialize this? What do we do for this? How do we do it? Who do we do? How do we do? Continue. I love how fucked up UI navigation is. That we have to highlight default or last selected widget, wait 0.05 seconds, and then do it again. You want my advice? Hot take advice. If you ever make a game for PC in Unreal Engine 5, make a game that is for keyboard and mouse only. Thank me later. Never give in to anybody telling you to add gamepad support. It's bad advice. Bad advice, don't listen to that. On transition. You can just specify a menu that it should open up instead. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard that Unity and Godot have really good gamepad support. That is what I've heard. I mean, gamepad support with the player is fine. Like, for gameplay itself is really good. Not the UI. Get some caffeine. I've been thinking of buying like a coffee maker. Getting some coffee in here would be nice. Elements are tied to an abstraction layer. You don't need to bind a W, you bind a forward commit. I saw something about them maybe changing that. I didn't read it too thoroughly. But I heard there's like some big input revamp for Unity. About Wii mode support? I guess you could. I mean, if you can read the device input, you can just map those inputs. Theoretically, it should be possible. Just the widget designed to your needs. I mean, the only two things that it looks like they use here are our default, which is a child class of WBP menu. And then these, which are sub menu buttons. Everything else is just default Unreal stuff. You drink Tarhun? What is Tarhun? Let's see. Let's just add a resume, restart, and quit button for now. Oops. Option name. Oh, they actually already have some localization stuff here. That's pretty cool. Okay, we could reuse these for right now then. Resume restart. That's not the right place. Wait. Any thoughts on every major gaming company absolutely crashing and burning? Recently heard that 2XKO released Riot Fighting game and oh yeah, that Riot Fighting game. 50% of its developers got let go recently. The poo-poo games or market crashing? People are playing the new fighting game from Riot. People are playing it. And people are spending money in it. That's not the issue. The issue is how much did they spend to make it versus how much are they making from it. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with AAA is that they are... It's pretty unsustainable now to have your entire development offices in California and think that you can just ride along on drinking frappuccinos and developing at your own pace. That doesn't mean that you need to be unhealthy about development, but you're competing with a global audience and remote workforce that can do everything that you can do, but for cheaper. And so you're gonna have to be smarter. You will have to be more lean. Companies can't really afford to have, you know, monthly burn down rates of like $10 million anymore. It's just not going to work unless you are, you know, the biggest of the big and you have a track record of delivering well-produced, interesting titles. It's not going to work. Weird Russian? No, I'm in Poland. We don't get Russian soda. I'm pretty sure they would pass a law to ban that if that ever came here. I mean, can I override like per menu behavior to not pause the game? Because like we do that here. Now by default it's going to pause. Sorry, I'm crunching. I don't think we're supposed to mess with some of this stuff. So we can set the desired focus widget. I guess is that like the default? It says new game button, so this one. I'm gonna leave it like that for now, just out of curiosity if it will actually highlight restart by default if we open up that menu. Yeah, it says new game button is plugged in there. It's kind of weird though that that's there, but then there's a separate option. Well, I guess it is setting that in the... No, it says default selected user widget. Optional mapping context to be applied and removed on activation and deactivation respectively. Okay, so that's how it's managing that. I might need to override the parent to add it to our input mapping holder. Let's see how that's being run. Gotta be here somewhere. Input. Don't see it here. Common activatable widget. Is that like a default as part of common activatable widget? Oh god, it is. Okay. Shit. I mean, we can have that skip it. I have my own manager for input. It's not a big deal. But it's a way for me to very carefully remove and control which input mapping context the player has and where they're, you know, what was the source of those additions. So that if you, like, I don't know, what would walk into the radius of something that's supposed to add a specific input, we know exactly which actor did that. We have that all saved and controlled, and then we could remove that for a specific actor. That is a bit annoying. Common activatable widget native unactivated triggers on mouse move, which always changes the input type to keyboard and mouse, even when the widget menu was created by a gamepad input action and only a gamepad is used. Not perfect, but will do until it is fixed in the engine code. Do you want to know why this probably triggers on mouse move? It's because of what I was talking about earlier, how there's no true gamepad focus on a widget in Unreal. It just secretly moves the mouse to hover over the the widget. God, I love it. On menu setup. Is a custom function for on menu setup complete? Oh yeah. Forward menu setup complete to children. On focus changed it. You have a benchmark thing. Engine bug with the input type was also annoying. How can you work with all these curved lines? Nothing is clear. Have you tried straight lines for blueprints? These are not my lines. These are not my lines. I can promise you, I do make straight lines. The one thing I don't like about the electric nodes plugin, though, is that it often places lines on top of each other, and I think with bad organization, electric nodes can be just as horrible as without it. Some people treat it like a silver bullet, but it's not. And honestly speaking, with good control over your organization, you're really not going to run into an issue where you're dealing with spaghetti. They just use good redirectors. Well, even that, I don't think it's needed. Just use redirectors smartly. That's really what it comes down to. And never do this. Never do this. Don't do it. It's a trap. I don't know who normalized this. Don't do it. I don't know who normalized doing that, but Epic does that themselves too. It's really fucking annoying. We are the future. Execution flow is left to right. Variable access goes up, down. Variable access goes up, down. What, putting shit on top of each other? You know, this is like people who say you should code using only one line because that makes it more efficient, right? That's the same mentality. It is the most retarded bullshit way to blueprint I've ever heard of. Never, ever, ever do this. You are creating spaghetti for the sake of nothing. You have infinite space. Use the space. Just put things apart. That's the point of it. That's why they have the scroll in and out. And you can move left and right. It doesn't have to fit in one screen. It should be readable. This is not readable. You're creating spaghetti. You shouldn't have nodes and wires overlapping unless it absolutely cannot be helped. And there are times where it cannot be helped. Especially with like select and math nodes, you're gonna get some spaghetti here. Hard to avoid. I'm doing it. Where am I doing it? Put the input target on top though, rest of the bottom. You don't put anything on top and you don't put anything on bottom. You don't put anything on top or bottom. Nothing. Never do it. There is no point. You are creating spaghetti. Never do it. That's bad blueprinting practices. It makes it unreadable. Don't do it. That's why it's to the left here. If they wanted it on top, they would have made a node like this with a little connector on the bottom. and the connector to this node on top. They don't do that though, because that's not the way you're supposed to connect them. This is creating spaghetti. You see how the wire is going through the node here and through the node here? Yeah, guess what you can do to avoid that? Magical. Magical, look at that. No spaghetti, no overlapping wires. Don't do it on single input modes, don't do it ever. Don't do it. Don't. Just because Epic does it themselves doesn't mean it's the right way to do it. I know you're all rage baiting me. Don't do it. Sometimes things get a little messed up, you know, it gets a little bit out of hand. You can just press Q and it straightens it, okay? Use redirectors. That's why they exist. Infinitely more readable than if we started doing this shit and this shit, and now we're doing this shit. It's not tidy. This is tidy. This is clear execution flow. I feel like I have to go to GDC now and do a talk on blueprint organization. Maybe I could make some money doing this. My god. To be fair, sometimes Epic's blueprints do get it right, but other times they don't. And I really wish that they would enforce a standardized methodology for it, because they're not teaching people good organization. Fight me on that one. Okay, so I understand a bit more of how they are running their menus. Obviously, we don't have a continue button for save existing, so we could probably just delete all this. The activated is not a callback. What was their specific one that they... On menu setup complete. I guess they don't use that. I assume that these need to stay here and then continue game. We can just delete all of this. I guess my question is, how do they just destroy... You know, when I press resume, do we have to run anything specific for that? Remove current menu from stack. I wonder if that works. You know, it's like this spaghetti here. You can avoid this just by calling owning player and common input again. Or if you really need to run this wire, just run it underneath everything. No, run it down here. Like, what are we doing? Even here, if you want to avoid some spaghetti, just, you know, it's not difficult. Not difficult. There, I fixed one thing. There we go, I feel better now. Put the thing back. No, not possible. I wrote up a whole, like, guidelines and architecture document too on this for our company. The only, yeah, I think execution wires too are a big one. You know, where I try to keep those straight except for flow control. Flow control is where I branch. I don't think that it makes you an efficient Bane Trapper. I quite disagree with that. If that were true, then Expedition 33 being 95% blueprints would technically be an inefficient game. I think more than anything, making sure your blueprints are efficient is the same as making sure your code is efficient and well documented. And it also kind of enforces you to rubber duck while you're doing that. Like, you're doing a little bit of review by going through it and just tidying things up, and it gives you a chance to look again at your nodes and see if there's any problems or issues. And if you just kind of like drag out mindlessly and you don't care about how it looks or whatever, then you're going to miss some of that. You are absolutely going to miss some of that. Like, here was an example set of nodes from the Stackobot that Epic put out. This is Epic's own blueprinting. This is absolutely disgusting. The only good thing about this are the comments. That's the only good thing. Everything else is absolutely disgusting about this. And I think that this is Epic's problem for normalizing and enforcing this behavior. You have infinite space, you should use infinite space. Clean it up. Clean it up, put some space between things, you'll be fine. You're not always going to avoid spaghetti, but the whole purpose is to create as minimal spaghetti as possible. It's different than tabs versus spaces, Kent, because this directly ties to readability. You know, the whole, it's like you're reading left to right, except that sometimes you have to then read right to left because they have nodes going backwards. And there are a few times where you have to have like execution going backwards for like a break in a loop or something. But other than that, you should really just try to keep it left to right. And be able to see all of the inputs directly there next to it. That's where this is. What's the value of this? I can see exactly this flow. And I don't have to read, okay, value, where is this connecting? Oh, it's connecting over here, but then it's connecting to this, but then it's pulling here and here and here and here and all this other bullshit. Fucking disgusting. Low IQ behavior. Better. It's called tough love. You feel called out, you should feel called out. Don't do it. You're better than this. Stackobot. Cleaned up. Like, come on. I'm glad you and I agree, Andreas. I really am. I'm glad that you and I agree with this. And there's also just some other things that I put here too, like, you know, make your own pure functions to reduce a lot of reused nodes. Getters and setters. Nice and easy. All this could be moved up here. comments, variable function tooltips, explain things. Don't collapse too many nodes. That's another big one I see that a lot of new people make. They assume that by collapsing nodes, they make things more condensed and readable, but really what you're doing is you're forcing the abstraction and the bugs down into deeper layers that are harder to spot. You can make your blueprint line straight Bane Trapper. It's called redirectors. You can modify the tangent, blah blah blah. Go ahead, you can do that. I'm not arguing against that. What I'm arguing against is deliberate design of overlapping nodes. I know what you're talking about, but that's different than this. That's different than throwing this under here because you think that it looks nicer, and I don't know. Some people like to get injections into their face because they think they look prettier. Same concept. I know I'm going off, but if I have to review another set of blueprint nodes where somebody is just doing the most asinine things with their organization, I'm going to lose it. I mean, here's an example of something that's hard to avoid with events, because events, you can't just call starting point again down here. This is where a function, you could have that local variable. Sometimes you're fucked like that, right? Or you don't want to have to run multiple casts or create another local variable, so you have an issue where it's like, well, I need to pull out the reference from here without doing it again for the second node. So then the delegates are just like, well, force it down here, although you could create an event. But I digress. What the point of it is to, when you're forced to do it, you're forced to do it. But if you're not forced to do it, then you shouldn't get all crazy with it. This is fine. I would move these a bit closer, stack them like this. Totally acceptable. Totally acceptable. What I wouldn't do is something like this. This doesn't look good. And I'm going to force you to look at how shitty it looks while I go piss. And you're going to have to deal with it. And I hope that this ingrains into your minds why making extra spaghetti is about the stupidest thing you can do. Go ahead. Does it feel have you seen the ugliness? Really, because you're having, I promise you, this is not gonna look any better if you have straight lines. Let's see where it is. Where was the tangent? Oh, a lot of tangent options. Thanks for the free sub, Rex. Where's the option, Bane Trapper, in the editor?
Just subscribed. Rexcower happy climbing tree with May of Fleece coming out officers and nose. Rexcower happy climbing tree with May of Fleece coming out officers and nose. Rexcower happy climbing tree with May of Fleece coming out officers and nose. Rexcower happy climbing tree with May of Fleece coming out officers and nose. Rexcower happy climbing tree with May of Fleece coming out officers and nose. Rexcower happy climbing tree with May of Fleece coming out officers and nose. Rexcower happy climbing tree with May of Fleece coming out officers and nose.
Thank you for that. Word spline tangent. From horizontal delta. Fuck. There's so much work just to make things look fucking normal. Oh my god, that's horrible. Ew! FBI, open up! Yeah, they just are calling me because of this shit. Dude, this looks like some like pin board on some conspiracy theorist wall. Why would you ever do that? Jesus. Like the Uzumaki of Unreal Blueprints. It's just, you don't have to do this. Like, you have space. Make it readable. I mean, that's your goal, is to make it readable. And this is infinitely more readable. You know, tell your friends, okay? Double click any wire, just double click. It makes a redirector. Very, very easy. You don't have to drag out of it and type, you know, make redirector node. Of course, you can do that in a lot of cases. Double click, double click. Sometimes things don't align, just press Q. Did you not know that, Rex? You can just double click it. Makes a redirector. Okay. What were we doing? New game, load game, we don't have those. Rename these buttons. Resume button. Restart button. Quit button. Double click, it'll make your editor explode. Why would it make your editor explode? I don't need this to look fancy right now, I just need it to do its job. I mean, would it be possible to like have a... Is there a way to like load up a confirmation widget? What are some events that we have? There's transition, the target menu. Hey, Ploties. That's what game designers learn to use when building stuff in my school anyways. What do they learn? Blueprints? The blueprints are nice. Blueprints are nice, but they're a challenge. You have to get good at organizing them and managing them. But I'm glad that they teach coding for designers. He just called you. No. He's saying that he is in school. He'd rather code because coding is nuts. Coding is nice, but you can code blueprints. Did you know, Pelodius, that Expedition 33 is 95% blueprints? Hear me out, this accepted Unreal blueprints? No. No. Bad. Not been introduced to it yet? You're a game designer? You don't know Expedition 33? Player Obscure? Where was there a example of a confirmation button? Oh, you're not a designer, you're a game dev. Well, you should still play games. I mean, it was one of the highest selling games of last year. I shudder to think of how many copies they've sold at this point. 5 million. Pretty good. And that's just on PC. Don't look down on blueprints. If you're a coder, don't look down on blueprints. Because what people are going to require from you is to make you blueprints. The designers and the artists. T++ sucks ass? Alright, okay. Alright, that's rage bait. I'm not falling for that one. I know I'm easy to rage bait, but that one, that's going a little bit too far. I'm not falling for that one. Today will be the day that I don't fall for rage bait. Usually. They have a confirmation on this. I'm curious how they load up the confirmation. How do we do that? Did they, I mean, maybe they made like a separate widget for that. See if we can find theirs. What did they call their default? Oh, is this one? Takes a while. Yeah, well, it does take a while to learn, but it is the best one if you are trying to find a job in the industry. Or make your own engine in a lot of cases. You know, like, Godot is great. You can become a GD script expert. But it's going to be hard to find a job as a GD script expert. But if you become a C++ developer, you can not only find work in software side of things, which will pay more and be more stable than game dev, but you can also find a job then in proprietary engines or Unreal Engine. 3 days to learn how to make it look like I added lighting? Oh boy. Yeah, the perf for C++ was good. Godot was trapped. I mean, if you're gonna become you can become a Godot developer. You can. What's up, Sean? Did you get Proton Pass? Did you actually get Proton Pass with our affiliate link? You might be the first person to do that. Decision dialogue. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Okay. I see. Did you not? You should get it. It's good. It's good. Do you make games? I've been making games for 10 years. You have a family, no worries, man. What kind of type there? Is it localized? Oh yeah, it is. It's fine. We don't need this localized yet. Thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Make your own platform. Do you prefer to use Unity, Unreal?
Subscribed.
I've worked on one game in a proprietary engine. Every other game has been in Unreal. No, one of them was Unity, but it didn't release. Everything else was Unreal. Darkest Dungeon was a proprietary engine. I did, Sean. I pinged you in the Redlock channel when we did that some time ago. When was this? Here. 10 days ago. You never look at Well, how am I supposed to tell you then? What, you want me to DM you? Alright, I'll DM you next time. But it is there, it's there. You can play it. I do recommend it too because we added the new camera. We have hazards, we have building components. It's a good time to test it, and I would love your opinion because you really like this genre of games. DD has some weird bugs. DD does have some weird bugs, and I'm not... there are some things I don't like about Darkest Dungeon. You think I'm crazy for being 40 getting into degree in coding when I've never done it before? Do you use AI with coding, Pelodius? What is auto revert? What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I pinged you in the changelog because he asked for it. I'd go near it as maybe for a reference, but more often than not, AI gives jacked up stuff. Then you're fine. You should be fine then. If you had answered yes, my opinion would have been very different, I can tell you that. Auto revert. I don't know what the fuck auto revert means. Like, what happens when you load that? No. Ooh, crotch cam. Don't think using AI is good. I don't think using AI in most cases is good. No. Depends on use case. It really depends on use case. Designer, and I use exclusively AI for coding, like for animations. No idea what's happening, but no idea how to make the details happen. That's kind of one of the problems with it, right? Is that you can use it to solve a problem, but now do you understand the problem? Do you actually understand what the issue was? Do you understand the solution well enough to tweak the solution or to see bugs in the solution? I think using AI to code is very bad. Using AI to help me code is great. Well, if you're using it to learn, then you're not replacing your own critical thinking with AI. You're using AI as a way to boost your critical thinking by essentially using it as a glorified Google, right? And that's the nuance. Using a tool I can to learn, whether it's YouTube vids, AI lectures, never miss a single lecture, as well as ask a million questions in class. The most important thing is just like retain your critical thinking. The CEO of NVIDIA mentions that his coders, his engineers, use AI. But he says that they're not replacing engineers with AI. They're using their engineers to solve problems faster with AI as a companion. So, I mean, what I read that as is we aren't replacing the critical thinking of our engineers. We are using the tools to boost efficiency and the critical thinking of our engineers. And it's kind of it's a more nuanced separation, but I think it is an important one. Use Busty model, add jiggle physics. You're not wrong, that would increase sales. Oh, seconds until revert, I think means that if you like keep, I'm gonna test that out. So if I keep that open for 3 seconds, it will close automatically. Let me test that. Oh yeah, look at that. Except it does play the event. There was nothing hooked up to the event. I got it. And then it runs the auto revert functionality. Event without event. Well, what I'm curious is how they're closing this. So decision dialog must have some separate built-in functionality for the decline, and then you can run custom stuff for that. So for us, we don't need anything custom for the no. We just need on quit game yes to quit the game. So theoretically, this should open up a dialogue. What I see it as. As long as you actually know how to code, and where something goes wrong, maybe AI would be okay. But if you try to use AI strictly to write everything and not know how anything works, you're doing it wrong. Now, I agree with you 100%. The only caveat for using AI is that if you use it to do things that you already know how to do, then you're not continuing to build that skill and repetition. And so you run the risk of becoming rusty. So even with things that AI could do and that you've done a million times before, do it 1,000,001. That would be my only recommendation. Is be aware that having something else do something for you is still going to make your skills rusty. I mean, you don't have to do blueprints, but I think that if you work in a company that is working in Unreal, you will have to make blueprints. And you will have to work with designers. But you should hopefully, I hope, that you get to work with designers who understand code architecture and at least are organized enough to communicate and work with you in a way that is, you know, positive for both parties, as opposed to designer who just, I don't know, event tick, make widget, add to viewport or something. And it's like, well, that's the only way that I could get it working on the viewport. We'll see. We'll see which one you end up with. In my opinion and in my experience, there's a lot more of the people that just willy-nilly throw things out there instead of actually thinking. Let's get this built. I want to replace our current escape menu with this. I want to get this tried. Where did I throw my pre-production escape menu creation? We shouldn't even have to. We should just be able to do this in our player controller, actually. Isn't this where they put it? Or did they throw it in the character? Probably the character. Are you making your own game studio with a couple friends from college? Have a dedicated person for blueprints while I'll be coding. You're gonna make your own game studio directly out of college? I can only wish you the best of luck on that one. Global menu config in-game menu class. Yeah, blueprints is coding. I 100% agree. Blueprints is coding. Tokyo Spliff, he creates his own graphics engine? I love the triangle. He's doing the Vulcan too. Jesus. That's impressive. Wow. Yeah, very wow. That's not easy. Should see streams that I doubt I would know anything that's going on in these streams. Get to see AI make anything worthwhile. Same. Personally. Same. Grabbing the component on the pawn. And then this is grabbing the default config. Although we didn't set a global menu config here. And this should have our default menu class, right? Somewhere? Here it is. And that is the in-game menu. Not this one. Okay. But it does have that in-game menu general part of it. Okay, for right now, I will just replace this one in the config with our own. Just to test it out. Interesting. Digging Unity? Go for it. Unity is great. Been having a blast learning it all. Well, hey, best of luck. The industry is absolutely fucked up right now. But I hope that it is not fucked up for you. That's the only thing I can wish. It is increasingly hard to get money from publishers. A lot of people fall into the investor and loan trap. Really tough. Not a fan of the political aspect of the industry. Interesting. Doesn't give input back. What do you mean, like the political aspect? Oh, I didn't even know that I had actually had gamepad input. Wait, can I sprint? I don't think I mapped sprint to anything. Pretty funny though. There's my stick drift. Gotta love it. Well, I do a sprint. I didn't know that I had gamepad input for movement added right now because I haven't been focusing on that. Game menu new. What have they had on destruction? Great tabs deactivated. Pre-construct. Resume game from menu. On back pressed. Yeah, that's not on here. Interesting. Okay. Too many people too worried about the bottom line than making good games. Too many people that are not even devs try and dictate how a game should be. This is true. But do you know how to run a company? Like you can start a company. It's like what, $100, $200? Depends on state, depends on country. But can you run a company? Like how are you gonna get funding? You can start by, you can make a game, sure. 99% of people that I meet don't actually want to stick around to make a game without getting paid. And there's some understanding parts of that too. 99% of the 1% of people that actually will want to work with you for free, knowing that you're trying to build up a company in order to make money, will not stick around for longer than a month maximum. And so you kind of, when you're going into it, you have to be prepared to at any point do it all yourself. All of it. Every little last bit of it. You want to add gamepad support, you want to add localization, you want to get testing done, you want to build levels, you want to actually handle the design, the balancing, you want to add sound, add in dialogue, decision trees, and all this other shit. You have to be prepared to do it all yourself. Because at any point, somebody's going to drop out because they realize that it's going to take years to make this game. And then you have to do the marketing too. Do you know how to market a game? Do you actually know how to get a game onto Steam and to have it pass all the certification checks? Do you have anybody that you can contact if you want to get this on console? Do you have dev kits for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X? Do you know how to pass certification of them, right? You know, there's a lot of moving parts to it. A lot of moving parts. Like a few mini games to sell, like games you play on the pooper or waiting for an appointment to try to make a larger game. I hope you make money. Those kinds of games are It's not an easy market. Not an easy market. There's a lot of those games. And depending on your target audience, they might be too busy playing Roblox and Fortnite. "50% of companies fail first year, 90% of companies fail by year 10. For game dev, I would think those numbers are even higher. Most companies in game dev do not make a prototype. Most of the companies that can successfully make a prototype do not get to vertical slice. Most of the companies that can get to vertical slice never get anywhere near the finish line. And most of the companies that get across the finish line don't make enough money to recuperate costs on the product itself. You know, they have negative ROI. It is bleak. Sorry, I don't sugarcoat things. Tough love. Huge slap in the face for a company that this year just happened. AOC, Ashes Creation. No amount of money is going to guarantee success. No amount of money. You can have the perfect... You can even be indie and passionate. Look at High Guard. There's 20,000 games that release on Steam every year. 20,000. And most of those do not make enough money to even recuperate the $100 Steam ID cost. Unfortunately. Ashes Creation's spending $2 million plus per month with 200,000 players, and you'd be surprised $2 million a month is not that high, honestly. Games are expensive to make, very expensive, and it's crazy how fast you can chew through $100,000. Manifestation is real. I sent you a DM, Sean. I don't know if you read that. I would like a reply to that, though. On Discord, I sent it. Only 20 engineers. True. Unless you get them from, you know, a different country. Let's put it that way. Yeah, so we did see that it was putting input on the restart by default. Okay, that part is looking good. Restart does work. Okay. That's pretty easy to build. Stuart Tick, thanks for the follow too. Hope you're having a good Monday. Hopeful, because I put out a game on Newgrounds, which only took 2 months to make, and we got over 300 views in a month. Stopped getting views once we stopped updating because it was a school project. And Pelodius, thanks for the follow too. Oh. Okay, it's pretty easy to build a menu with this then. I'm starting to understand it. A little bit of like default stuff you want in here. Selecting your default widget, which of course in our case is going to be the topmost, so the resume, not the restart. I don't know why they had that first. My mouse button went away. That was weird. Why is my mouse button disappearing? What's doing that? Is that my controller? Interesting. The sleepy music, where's the hardcore EDM like in that one movie? Unfortunately, this music is the one that is most safe for Twitch and YouTube, because we upload all of our development videos. But hey, it's cool that you got views on your Newgrounds game, which is pretty fun. I'm glad that Newgrounds is even still around. I can only say, if you plan to be like fully independent, it's going to be a rougher ride, but you own the whole pie at the end of it, right? Minus 30% from, you know, Valve, right? Of course. But if you're trying to go the publisher or investor route, it's pretty tough, because you have to have like a fully working business plan. You have to make milestone plans, pitch decks, budgets. And even the people who are supposed to be able to make budgets and milestone plans in game dev usually cannot make milestone plans and budgets. Do I get old? I'm old enough to remember Newgrounds. Don't want to go near publisher investor because those are the political aspects. But do you need one? Like, do you actually know how to do all the steps that a publisher would be able to do for you? And sometimes the answer is no. And that's not a bad thing to admit. You can hire a publisher to even just simply port your game, right? If you have no experience porting to different platforms or dealing with platform restrictions and certification. Otherwise, you will have to learn that from scratch. I will let you know, Sean. I will let you know. I don't want to read it right now, but I will let you know. And worst case, we can just talk about it more. Your school's been teaching you certification? That is good. Because it is very specific and very annoying. Especially Sony. Sony certification was annoying. Oh, you know what? I think the default is still setting it to the restart button. Yeah. We can change that here, the top one. Your month on each platform, Jesus. There we go. It kind of flashes twice. I wonder if we like need that, or if these are even mandatory up here. No, it looks pretty good. I do like the built-in confirmation dialogue. That's really nice. With callbacks. That's so fucking nice. Okay, I read it now, Sean. Yeah, we'll talk after stream. Had a month just on how to get onto platforms, maybe like a few hours per platform. Oh. Biggest issue for you to solve is marketing. I gotta make just top quality so it explodes by word of mouth, else I'm doomed. I mean, I think most people will tell you, number one, Kickstarter is pretty much a dead platform at the moment. Unless you have your vertical slice and you actually have run a pre-campaign and have a pre-existing community to leverage into the conversion. Otherwise, Kickstarter is just kind of a crapshoot. Anything less than a vertical slice and you're fucked on Kickstarter. Like, good luck. So it's pretty hard to make some early money, especially that you'll need for, you know, let's say making like a main theme song, right? For like your trailer. You know, hiring a composer can cost you a couple $1,000s to do that correctly, unless you have somebody that you can rely on for that. And of course, you can just get a whole bunch of, you know, junior devs to join you, but then the question is going to be how you split the money. Rev share is a joke. I would never never trust rev share in this industry, and never offer rev share because you can't promise revenue that you don't have. Getting the money early is just tough. Getting the money early is tough. Once you have, you know, like 10, 20,000 though, you can do a lot with it if you're efficient. But I think everybody in the industry is going to agree that if you want to do any marketing, you need to have a community first. I mean, there's new games releasing every day on Steam. And most of these you will never see or care about or hear. Including Sex Guild Simulator, which thankfully does not have any lewd images in the... Wait, hold on. I can filter these out. Hide the free-to-play only games. Just today we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games releasing. Just today. Including Wilderness with Tomboy for the Tomboy enjoyers there. Are you actually better than these games? And you may think that you're going to be better than these games, but making a game that's better than these is very difficult. Very difficult. And on top of that, you not only have to make a better game, but you have to market that better game. I followed a YouTuber who's making a team to make a new game, which now he has a publisher, and he goes down the rabbit hole a lot with how to do things correctly. Getting a publisher is smart. It really is smart. Unless you know how to do things without a publisher, getting a publisher is the smart way to do it. You'll get early funding, you'll get help, you'll get feedback and experience from people that already know what they're doing. Yeah, I know Thomas Brush. Thomas Brush is very smart, very capable. I follow him on Twitter and everything. Like 16, 18, I started my own MMORPG. I wanted to rev share, but getting company and so many things working was so much work I gave up. Hey, we've all been there. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. Maybe that 95% of release games were crap anyway, but now they're actually good games flying under the radar. Yeah. Yeah, making a good game is not enough. Make a good game enough where the publisher needs you. You know, Devolver Digital had a talk about this where they mentioned that, you know, you don't need a publisher until you do. And it was a really good talk about how, you know, what are the reasons why you might need to go to a publisher and what are the things that they can help you do. If you're confident that you can do all those things yourself, go for it. But if you're making your first game and you've never worked in the industry before, I would just have very low expectations. Very low. Just do the best you can do. Get it out there and then do it again. Tell that to Tyler. Well, Tyler is, you know, he hit the viral. You can't bank on it. If you believe that you're going to make the next viral game, then you're already in the wrong industry. Because you're not. I mean, the guy who made Balatro just was making it for his, like, closest friends. And didn't think that it would be big. And it wasn't coded very well either. But it doesn't need to be, because it's fun and it works. No, I mean, confidence is good. But confidence does not replace skill. And just remember, until the end of the week, 27th, these are all the games that are releasing. Non-free-to-play games. Right up until here. Everything above this point is releasing this week. And the number of games that you see from there that are actually on the popular upcoming, you only really see 10 of these. Just remember that. Just remember that. We have so many booba games recommended. It's not recommended, I just have filters turned off. Because I like seeing all the games that come out. Alright, yes, I was caught. You caught me. I claimed Honey Pop when it was free, okay? TikTok wishlist method. I mean, sometimes, yeah, your market's going to be on TikTok. But from what I know, TikTok conversion is pretty low. And Steam Next Fest is getting worse too. Because Next Fest is just bloated up with a whole bunch of trash. The Booba games sell though. The Booba games do sell. Creating a good friend slap game and clip farming until one video goes viral is the method. The problem is that this relies upon marketing techniques that I think are not very ethical. And honestly, friend slap games are dying in popularity because of market oversaturation. And you don't want to trend chase, because trend chasing is just going to end up in disappointment 99% of the time. What was I doing? Hold on, I gotta figure out what I'm doing. We have the menus initialized. Let me make mental note of this by opening pause menu. Is there a way to specifically not just open a pause menu, but to initialize a new menu via this menu controller? Yeah, there's like this open pause menu event, but is there one for specifically making a new menu? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Survivor's clones were really popular for a while, and then most of them didn't make money and they died out. Now we have friend slop. No, I think it's okay to like it. I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just that how often do you open up Twitter and you see a new trailer for a new co-op game? And it's damn near every day, in my opinion. And so, you know, this is what you're contending with. And your game is not going to be ready right now. It's going to be ready 3 to 6 months minimum down the line, where you can actually start bringing in revenue from your co-op game. Are you prepared in 3 to 6 months to compete with 3 to 6 months plus the current catalog of co-op games, especially when that trend appears to be at the moment dying and the user base is becoming more diluted amongst the competition? Are you prepared for that? The answer is usually no. Supposed to make a decent MMORPG. How much money do you have for doing that? Make something fun to play that my friends and I can enjoy, and maybe others too. Not getting into game dev to be rich. It's more so my child can be proud of me for actually doing something fun and exciting. I know I worked hard to do it. That's my actual goal. It's a good goal. It's a good goal. MMORPGs though are probably the most risky, dangerous, difficult genre to make a game in. You know your goals and bit. Sean, I will tell you the story of somebody. I'll tell you a story. You're not the worst. I can tell you that. Far from it. Friendslop's not dying. There's a huge market for it, honestly, but it's oversaturated for sure. Cooking games, climbing, traveling with RV or cars, trains. It's always been popular, but it's oversaturated. And people are starting to get tired because of the market saturation. Let me check the documentation for this. How do we actually load it though? there a call for it? Is there like a initialize new menu? Menu System Pro Actor from Library. BPI pause game. What's the type of this? BP menu system. Can't see my... Maybe it's in here. Create menu container function. Destroy menu. Create and show menu. I found it. Okay, Enshrouded is really good. Enshrouded is very well made. Enshrouded's a good game. Is it bad that I believe in myself to reach my goal? No, you should believe in yourself. But you should also be realistic. Because overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Some game had that as a quote. I don't remember which one. But overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. You need to be confident and believe in yourself and have passion and a vision. And you need to stick by it. You need to pivot when it's necessary. Stomp on your ego as much as possible. Learn as much as you can. If you want to make the next big MMO, great. But have no delusions. Have no delusions at all. This is a genre of games that the biggest cats in the market have paid hundreds of millions of dollars collectively to try and compete in. And most of them have failed. On top of that, you are dealing with one of the most toxic, ingrained audiences in the history of gaming that you have to convince them to pull away their thousands of hours in existing products where they feel nostalgia, they feel that time has already been given, they're loyal, and you have to pull them away and say, no, don't play that game that you've already spent a lot of money and time in. Play my game instead. And you have to keep them there. And you have to build this upon a solid enough architectural foundation that prevents massive waves of bots and cheaters and real-world traders from destroying everything that you built. And if you can do that, you might have a chance. Maybe. Yeah, people are fickle. People are absolutely fickle. And just because people like you doesn't mean they'll give you money. Not that they should, but that... Is that Coke? Yes. Yes, it is. It is a big ol' bottle of it. Combat's trash and Enshrouded. I thought it was okay. It was serviceable. But I'm pretty done with survival crafters as a whole. It is not caffeine free. I'm not a psychopath. Portion sizing. Just a 2-liter bottle. It is Coke Zero. There's no sugar in this. Okay, so we can use this essentially to just build an entirely new menu. Yeah, because their pause menu is just linking into that anyway. Where's this function though? The initialize menu. See, you know what? This one doesn't pause the game though, so I think you'd have to call that separately. Destroy menu. How do we know which menus to destroy though? I'm actually in Poland, so they have different colorings for all this stuff. That's the only thing I know for sure. I know in the US, you're right though, it has the gold. I am an American, but I'm living in Poland. I mean, I think you're true, Sean. Like, if I'm gonna hire people to work at my company, I want passion. I don't really believe in the whole, you don't have to be passionate to work in game dev. It's like, no, you don't. But you have to be passionate to work in my company. So. How do you like it out there? Poland is great. Poland is very safe. It's very nice. There's some weird cultural things that are, I think, a little bit more enjoyable from the US, but overall, it's a very safe place to live. And very pretty. I think setting realistic goals is boring, because yes, you might reach them, but what then? Well, I'm not saying setting realistic goals. I'm an idealist. You know me. You've known me since my earliest days streaming on this platform, Sean. I'm very much an idealist. But if your goal is, I don't know, let's say I want to... Let me rephrase this. Be idealistic, dream, but then set a realistic pathway for achieving it. You know, you can say you can live by this whole, I'm going to make an RPG that is bigger than Elder Scrolls series. Great, that's a cool dream. It's not going to be easy. What's your realistic pathway for achieving that, right? How are you going to, you know, what's your like high level plan for filling in the gap that people want here? What are the things that Skyrim didn't do well that you think more people would enjoy in your game if you did it differently? You know, it's like, that's the realistic pathway for actually achieving this. Let's break it down into details and a whole plan to build this. You know, what's the lore that's going to compete with Elder Scrolls lore? Because you have to make lore that can compete with that, and you have to make it interesting enough that people are actually going to engage with it. Because I promise you, if your game doesn't exist, nobody's going to engage in your lore. It's like, okay, I've built this massive realm of 300 races and 500 languages, and I have it all written down, and it's like, okay, yeah, but what's the story? Like, okay, you made this interesting world, but the Forgotten Realms is interesting because of the stories and characters that inhabit it, and the media that's been created around it. If the Forgotten Realms didn't have that, nobody would give a fuck about the Forgotten Realms. You compete with YouTube. You have to compete with a lot of things. Here's your goal. Job is finished. Imagine you reach for more. Yes, you might not get there, but you will achieve more than the initial realism. It's like saying, no, I mean, it's like your KPIs, right, in business are meant as our goal is to climb to Mount Everest. But am I going to be upset if I, you know, only manage 100 meters below the peak? No, because that's the higher than I've ever climbed before. And then we can just say, okay, we are now 100 meters from the peak. Now let's get to the top of Mount Everest, right? It's just, you know, you're not always going to reach it by the time that you want to. My goal was to have a game released on Steam before I turned 30. I did it before I turned 31. I was like a year late. I'm still happy I did it. Yeah, just like smaller goals to hit that are realistic, and just be aware that you are that in some cases, the larger your dream, the more that you're going to be up against. And that isn't meant as a deterrence, but rather a reminder that overconfidence does not solve problems. Solutions solve problems. And, you know, think in a way that you prioritize solutions in an agile, collaborative, transparent way. Hey, Jetbound, do you use laptop or PC? PC. My laptop is like 15 million years old at this point. I don't really use it anymore. I wouldn't mind getting a laptop, but I wouldn't do it for gaming. It would just be for like doing design and work stuff on the go. You're 30? You're one of those non-aging vampires? I'm 31. Do I look pretty good for 31? I don't feel good. How hard is releasing a game on Steam? Are they also strict like the App Store? It is difficult to release a game on Steam, but it's more difficult to be noticed on Steam. Steam's, Did I close that? I did close that. Steam's algorithm for determining what is like shown in the popular upcoming section or in the new and trending is very strict. It's very, very strict. Obviously, Isekai Sex Kingdom being a porn game for the Gooners gets a lot of traffic. Random sit on the toilet simulator probably is not going to get a lot of traffic though, or wishlist. And so it's just not going to be seen anywhere unless you click on all upcoming releases and click here or just browse that list. Then you'll actually see things. Do you work on your game when you're on the go? Yes, but I don't work on like the game engine itself. I work on things that are not, you know, like engine related, like doing some design stuff, production. Yeah, Pelodius is right. Like you have to set this up. There's a lot to set up for releasing a game, and then you have to, they have to approve a build and your Steam page and everything. It's a lot harder than it sounds. But it's not too difficult. They've got a pretty good interface for it. Pretty good interface, not always perfect. But they run you through the flow of things. We have Jiggles physics? I don't know. I don't know if our main character is going to be a man or a woman yet. Maybe we'll make it an option. Because it doesn't really matter to the story if our character is a man or a woman. To pay for a developer license? No, you can sign up for Steamworks for free, but it's $100 for each app ID. Yeah, there are steps you have to take. You have to set up your release date and just determine when that's going to hit. They do give you an initial like visibility boost, but your visibility is going to depend very heavily on wishlists beforehand. And so the general idea is to get your Steam page up as soon as possible. However, I wouldn't get it up before you're ready to show something of value, because the earlier you have it up, the sooner people are going to see it. But if what they see is something that is really low quality or shitty, or like AI, well, I don't even think you can put AI images anymore on there, but even if you can, I wouldn't do it. Just build something that's worth seeing and gets people excited, then go to your Steam page and continue to develop the game. I think the only difference in the world, I think Steam's 30% is fair. It is pretty fair. It is pretty fair, but I would almost in some cases prefer a opt-in program where if you don't utilize their online features, like, you know, leaderboards and matchmaking, then you don't have to pay that full price. But what they offer in the back end is very solid. Is it worth 30%? I'd say it's worth closer to 30% than it is 10%. But it just depends. Okay, sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. It's okay though. I'm actually making progress with this, and I do understand it, and it's not nearly as bad as I thought. It's a really, really good foundation. I just need to rethink the way that I approach building menus. I mean, I wonder, because I have these other like widgets on here, right, that were made before we did this, with our timer and our basic stats at the bottom here for our playtesting. Can I initialize this as a menu without giving it input? Because these don't have input, right? If everything pulls from BP menu or WBP menu, is there a way to tell it, hey, we don't want to have focus?
FBI, open up!
We can tell it not to highlight widget and enter. I guess maybe we just initialize it as a common UI widget and not one that is going to be like a menu, right? Because a menu insinuates that we should have focus. Interesting. How do you debug graphs? Set breakpoints. Set breakpoints. Not a fan of UX UI design. That shit sucks ass. Yeah, it is very annoying. We're gonna hire somebody for our UI design, but then I'll probably hook up everything in the back end from the code perspective. But hopefully, if we use common UI, it'll be easier. I can just find somebody that knows common UI, and we can just have like all of that set right there. Yeah, maybe not. I wonder if there's something in the documentation for initializing a common UI. There is like support activation focus. Is modal. Okay. Common activatable widget. Maybe there is something. Create and show menu. This class is used to trigger the creation of the menu container widget, serves as a replacement for level blueprint code, and can reference different cameras in your level. Okay. Place this actor in a persistent level to ensure it always exists. Don't forget to set B level as main menu boolean. Don't pay tax. Tax will matter too. How you set up your company. Fuck taxes. I kind of just worry about this. Menu container instantiator widget. Menu game, break FUI layer. Interesting. Yeah, there are other options. There are other options from Steam. A lot of people have gotten money from Epic in the past. I wouldn't tell where I'm from by the use of the word wicked. I don't know if I could. I use XD a lot, but apparently this is like a very Polish thing. Like people will assume you're Polish if you use XD like this. But I've been using this my whole life. Because I'm old. Under Epic's 10%? Epic is not 10%. Epic is... Isn't it simpler now? It's 0% till your first... No. Epic is not 10% above 100k. It's 5% above Wait, the Epic Games Store is... Wait, no, Epic Games Store. I thought it's free if you're making a game in Unreal. Or it's 5% if you're making it in Unreal. Fuck, what is it? It was 15 above 100... It was 1 mil. It wasn't 100k, it was 1 mil. I know that for sure, but I think it's 15% above 1 mil. But that's the Epic Games Store. But it's 12%. I thought it was... Fuck, what is it? Because Unreal themselves is you pay 5% above 1 mil for using Unreal as a license. But the Epic Games Store is a different percentage. I know we're talking about Engine, but I think Bane Trapper's talking about the Epic Games Store, which is separate. I know that they take less money if you're using Unreal, or none at all. I thought it was like 12%, but maybe they changed it to 10%. Yeah, the Unreal license is 5%. I thought that they wiped that 5% if you release a game on the Epic Games Store using Unreal. 12%. Okay, so it's 100% first mil, 12%, and then Unreal Devs is 5% if you exceed. So they wipe the Epic Games Store fee entirely if you are an Unreal developer. Yeah, I remember the 12% from somewhere. It's a very weird percentage. You sell V-Bucks. Okay, that's just an error checker. I'm very curious. You know what? I might have to check their Discord because I don't know what they want specifically from menus that don't have input. Like if I should do something specific for that or just... Like, I don't know. I mean, it is called Menu System Pro, not Widget System Pro. So I think maybe this is just about interaction, and for things that don't have focus, we can either just make those widgets classic style, or just build them with common UI and completely bypass menu system as a whole. No Unreal Engine tax for Epic Games Store, but I will put on Steam for sure. Biggest market. Yeah, it's crazy not to go to Steam these days. Alright, give me a sec. I'll let you guys complain about Fortnite and Roblox and fight back and forth. Give me 1 second. Here be. Your 9-year-old wants to make his own game. Hell yeah. I'll let him design it, code it for him. I think that alone is going to be a super fun project. That's pretty cool. Get like a PS3 and load up Little Big Planet. That shit's the best. Yeah, honestly, I'm never gonna worry about like Roblox. I can tell you that one. But I think, giving your kid like an allowance or something and teaching them to control spending is smarter than not giving them any money so that they never learn. Because like he could take that $1,000 and like spend it in one day, but nope, he ain't getting shit until the next time he's supposed to get shit. I guess that's kind of the whole point of like an allowance in the first place, right? Are there going to be purchasable skins in our game? What, in Redlock? We don't do microtransactions, day one DLC, pay for convenience DLC, blockchain, AI. God, we have so many loot boxes. I think I already said that. We don't do anything that is unethical or that is meant to dupe, con, or take advantage of vulnerable individuals. We make a game, we release it, you play it, we don't put DRM on it. Have fun. Can't afford it? Pirate it. I don't give a fuck. Why not? Because I don't want to. Because that goes against our values of ethics, of being ethical. Why no blockchain? Great security feature to prevent duplication. Because that already exists. It's called trademark and copyright. What's up, Algrim? One's supposed to teach money control and earn money for the things they want. It's not supposed to be free money a parent gives their child. I think, but that's the thing, is the kid sees it as free money. The parent knows, but the kid is like, dude, I get free money from my parents every week. Yeah. Oh, and in-game item duplication? Well, I don't make online games. And I think, unfortunately, if, like, Stop Killing Games... We'll see what the outcome of that is, but I know for sure if they start putting more regulation on online games, I'm not going to make online games. Too much overhead. I don't want to open myself up to lawsuits. Doesn't clean his room, help with dishes, he gets 0 money. A good parent. Yeah, I just don't give a fuck. Look, I'm even pro piracy. If you can't afford a game, then if you pirate my game, I didn't lose a sale. And worst case scenario, you pirate my game, I just hope you enjoy it. You know, tell people about it if you liked it. And if you can afford it at some future point when it's on sale or you make more money, you know, consider supporting us financially. I think I should duplicate this config and we should put it in our core folder. I'm gonna do that. I don't mind what I change now, but I'll just revert my changes and we can... Yeah, let me revert my changes. Let me revert changes here. How do we know if this is the one that is being called, though? Global menu config. EDA global menu config. Didn't we like set this up in the game instance? I have some shit open. Global menu config redirector. Global menu config. We'll set it to that one. This is where the place where you can manage, where you can change the global menu config that is used throughout all widgets. Okay, so this is perfect. Beautiful. Data asset, Redlock, menu config. Perfect. Last 3 years, he's placed in the top 3 for his spelling bee. I did really good at my spelling bee in school too. Horrible in geography. But spelling I've always been pretty great at. That's really cool to see. I'm glad to hear that there are still kids that are actually intelligent these days, because honestly, I feel like the brain rot is absolutely real. It's been kind of hard, but it'll be worth it when he's older. I think you're right, Pelodius. Don't go near freaking Mortal Kombat, Raiden. Nothing comes to mind for that. To be fair, when I was a kid, I was shoved deep into dungeon crawlers and RPGs. So if it's anything like any fighting game or something, or our Metal Gear Solid. I didn't play Metal Gear Solid as a kid. I didn't like immersive sims until I got older, which was my kind of problem. Am I against degenerate gambling? I don't believe that games should enforce or build off of addictions, personally. We don't have a menu level right now. I'll leave like the default because this doesn't get loaded anyway. So I'm just not going to touch anything regarding the main menu. We can leave default settings manager. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to touch anything with the settings right now because we don't need to worry about that. Create new game level. I can change this. Single player pause behavior. We're going to set this to always pause. And that's only while like the main menus are actually open. 25 words or less. How's the... it's actually 25 words or fewer. How's the Alchemy game going? 25 words or fewer to describe everything regarding that. Postponed, not canceled. Publishers wanted existing team. Still good idea. There's 10 words.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
Oh, publishers liked idea. 13. Also, the lake. Name of a lake in a Stephen King book. You know what's funny is I actually wanted to name... There's a game that we have in our backlog that we're going to work on at some point in the future. That's also named after a lake. No, you can make a game that's based on gambling. Like we made a arcade game that's built off of a gambling machine in real life, but our game is free and doesn't have micros. You just play it 100% free. I think that's fair, you know. That's just, I'd rather you play that if you're addicted to gambling than play a game where you spend real money. But it's not my point. It's not my place to tell people how to spend their money, but I do have the decision not to develop games that purposefully take advantage of addicts, and I never will. I never have, and I never will. Came online to take a break from schoolwork and coding to play Enshrouded. It was nice meeting you, Pelodius. I really liked talking to you. On a journey to make my own game for the first time from scratch, just for the shits and gigs. Have you chosen an engine yet? Any idea? Multiplayer, we don't need to worry about. We don't want these, and we don't want these. We're going to handle our inputs separately. I'm okay with the sounds. We can leave those. I like that it comes with some sounds, but at least here we can change the sounds then. So I'll leave that as it is. In-game menu. This was the pause menu specifically though, right? I'm okay with kind of hacking into that. But I think for the moment, I'll use my current pause menu. Or escape menu, whatever it is. Gonna play with Redlock to the current Mega Grant round that ends in a month? Probably not this one. Probably not this one. It doesn't hurt to do it, but I doubt that we would get it. They're not really giving Mega Grants out to many people anymore, unfortunately. You're gonna make your own engine? Please don't kill yourself. Huge opportunity cost given the time investment. What is needed, kind of... I've taken a look at Epic Mega Grants page before. Out of curiosity, what are the requirements for this? Because some of this stuff I don't have for our current game. Media link, yeah, we're way too early for any, like, trailer. What phase? I feel very scary applying to this at any point other than being in production or post-production. Pitch details, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'll still do this, but I'm gonna do it in the future when we are actually in production or in early access. Mega Grant equals use new tech. You can actually get a Mega Grant for non-Unreal Engine products. I know VLC Media Player has gotten a Mega Grant as one example. And not like I plan for this game to be done in the next 50 years. Okay, well, at least you're realistic about it then. For 3 to 5 weeks in the 6-minute highly edited video on the pitch deck. Yeah, I mean, I've made pitch decks before. I've been there, but I am nowhere near ready enough to do a pitch deck for Redlock. We are still in very early pre-production. We are far, far away from having anything like this ready for this game. Maybe sometime soon. We'll see. Am I missing anything here? I'm not going to worry about anything else. Blah, 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 blah. Which looks decent. Yeah, I mean, I pitched this to publishers. Both indie and AA. The only person I talked to from AAA was Paradox. But it was more like, I don't think this game is for you, but we have this other idea. I just wanted to make a connection so that when we have that game, I know who to talk to. So it was mostly indie and AA. But I'll be honest, a pitch deck, if you're pitching to a publisher, is just make gameplay. Just show them gameplay. Because honestly, they might just scroll through this, they might look through it, but gameplay speaks a lot louder than any of these slides do. But it has to be a good trailer, good gameplay. And the benefit of this is that everything that you see taken in this video is from gameplay. So there wasn't any, none of this is mocked up. It doesn't look good because it was, you know, a prototype, but it was still all playable. And I felt really proud about that. What is CGS that your class was teaching you? Is that some scary art related stuff? Okay, let me close all this because I kind of have a better idea what to do. BPC player effects. Oh, we don't need to save. I'm gonna check these all out though, but I'm gonna revert the things that I don't want to push to the branch right now. I can undo these. Game instance, game mode, player character. We made changes to. Undo these changes. Global menu config redirector. I might make another copy of the redirector. It is 25 words or fewer, never heard. So the mental way of keeping track of it is if you can count the object, then you should use the word fewer. So like you would have one person, two people, three people, right? So it would be only 10 or fewer people in the line, please. Would be an example. If it is like money, like you can't have one money, two money, three money. So you would use more or less. So I need more money. But if you're like, if you're actually specifically counting like dollars, right, where you have $1, $2, or whatever your local currency is, then that would be again a case where you would use more or fewer and not more. That's the mental thing you can use to remember that. So I always kind of snicker when I go to like a store and it says, you know, self-checkout line 15 items or less or whatever. It's like... Classic. What did I just undo? Oh, it was the redirector. I was considering just using a different redirector so we don't change the core files of menus Pro. Not object redirect. I just don't know if this is referenced anymore. And it probably is. Oh. Never mind. Never mind, I won't do that. Never mind. In-game menu, general U asset. I don't think we wanted to change anything there. WBP menu. No. Input mapping context menu. No. But the redirector does need to be changed. This is based on the rules. Someone decided said 25 words or less and you understood exactly what I meant. Yes, it is. I mean, that's the really cool thing about English, in my opinion, is that you can get so much English grammatically wrong and still have a native speaker understand you, which means that it's just really nice to talk to somebody who doesn't know very much English, because they might be worried that I don't understand what they mean, but in most cases, you can. I mean, how many people misuse, you know, the wrong
Daddy.
there and there, right? There and there, or what's another classic one? Your and your. You know, but if you type the sentence with the wrong one, or if you obviously if you say it out loud, not knowing, you know, you have the benefit that people are likely going to understand what you mean, even if it's not grammatically correct, which is pretty nice. It makes it a very easy language to learn, but a hard one to master. Kids today weren't around for binary. Yeah, now they got all their non-binaries. Ugh. Back in my day, we just had binary. What is the average age of this chat? 60? Yes. Imagine spending 45 days trying to get the correct color conversion from BGRA to ARBG? What the fuck? What do you mean? Why can't you just do RGB? I gotta change it. Don't scare me. Red and lead rhyme, but read and lead don't rhyme exactly unless you pronounce it read and lead and read. Yep. Oh, English. My wife's Polish and she teaches English to people. Yeah. Sometimes I have to correct her on some small things. It's like, seriously, don't feel bad because 99% of native English speakers do not get this correct. You are already a step above the average, you know, street wizard that you'll find on praying to a wall in downtown Cincinnati. Did I break anything? No, we're okay. I was hoping Paxian would get on today because I fixed his bug with level 2. Oh, I didn't really test it last night. Let me go do that. Okay, my menu system isn't broken. Good. That's what you're supposed to do this month? Bitman ip with color. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Have fun. Hope it works. Don't create bugs. That's all I can say. I'm a game designer. I don't understand what the hell you're saying. Oh, bit manipulation? Okay. I only do byte manipulation. Well, actually, sometimes well, no, because technically, booleans in C++ are not bits. They are bytes. Which means that a boolean is no more memory efficient than a enum. Although, honestly, if you're worrying about memory efficiency with booleans and enums, you're probably... You know, you're diving a bit too deep. Oh, fuck, I missed. Oopsies. That jump is tough. Yeah, set it wrong could be a byte. Regardless, color conversion with is no joke. Oh, I mean, I don't care if you said it wrong. Nothing wrong with being wrong. Only something wrong with thinking you're right, learning you're wrong, and not correcting the behavior. I did correct you, but instead of being stuck in the mud about it, you researched it because you didn't trust me, which is the right thing to do. You found out that I was in fact correct, which I may not have been, and we had a nice discussion about it. Some Counter-Strike minigames look like this. You know, everybody says that. I don't know, it's maybe, I think I'm just getting old because There were so many games like this before Fortnite had maps like this in Minecraft and Counter-Strike. Unless we're talking about original Counter-Strike. Oh, that was... bad jump that still worked. I played every Counter-Strike? No. I've not played the new one. But I did play original. Although I think my earliest memories of a game like this were in Soldat when I was a kid. This game had jump maps. I don't know if they still call them that. This is what they called them back in the day. But there used to be maps specifically in this game where you had to platform. And it wasn't about, you know, killing each other. Good game. Very old. To try out the mini games. I'm scared that if I install CS2 that I will be met with either some random toxic Russian or an e-girl who thinks she's a gamer but only ever plays CS2 and Sims. And both of those very much scare me. I'm just memeing. I'm just memeing, but we all know that the majority of people who play CS2 are Russians and e-girls. Nobody can deny that one. Or Russian e-girls. Yep, you're right. Have I seen Aghanon? I have seen Aghanon. My goal is not to make a platformer game where you play as, I don't know, a big black dildo or something. Oh yeah, that's a lot better now. That was the jump that was bugged before. I have seen Only Up. I don't like Only Up. I think Only Up is kind of a lame game. And that's why I'm trying to make something that is not Only Up. Am I married? I am married. Almost for 1 year. Character looks quite rich for his or her pleasure. No, I think games like that are cool. Like where you play as an egg or whatever, or you, I don't know, you know, chain together. These games are cool. What we're setting out to make, and this is a block out, so this is, we don't even have the right meshes here yet, is something that is a lot more grounded, slower paced, immersive, focused on platforming through levels that are tied to the lore and to the environment that you're in, and build a game that is a bit more serious. That jump is crazy, make it clear. Don't worry, it'll look better with the right meshes. And then we need to do a full pass and everything again. Work for a company? Yes. My own. I'm not solo. I don't plan to be solo. Platform that's only visible once in a while. I promise you we will have a ton of interesting platforming mechanics. Am I hiring storytellers and designers? We have no money right now. So currently I am not hiring anybody. But I think there will be a need when we grow the team a bit to have a dedicated level designer and another systems designer to take my place as I manage the team, handle the creative direction and the company. Hey, take care, Pelodius. It was really nice meeting you. We stream every weekday from 9 a.m. Central European to 4 p.m. Central European, with few exceptions. Have I seen Trap Adventure? Is that chicks with dicks? Like that kind, or some different trap? I'm just asking. I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions, sir. I didn't say there's anything wrong with chicks with dicks. Oh, it's a 2D platform game, but it's extremely hard? Okay. Not chicks with dicks. Never mind. I didn't say that. Oh, fuck. I almost died there. I almost died right before setting up the shortcut. This is supposed to represent you pushing a rock, which bumps into a platform, which opens up a shortcut. Isn't it beautiful? There is something wrong with chicks with dicks. Well, everybody's got their preference. It's not my preference either, but some people like it. My nightmare scenario is getting devs that are from premium game studios that can't add new content for 7 years. Okay, I'm not going to name any names as I die. I can only tell you the following. There are too many stories of developers who have these incredible CVs. Like, hey, I used to work at CD Projekt Red. I worked on Witcher 3. And you hire them, and they're expensive. And they don't do anything. They don't do fuck all. They don't do jack shit. They're the most useless people. They have no actual skills. Absolute waste of money. You're running Unreal Engine and 1080p 60 FPS live stream at the same time? Because I have two computers, one for streaming and one for working. I do have a NASA PC too, but it's also because I have two PCs. There's so many freeloaders in big companies, also normal companies. There really are. I mean, here's one of the things I always tell people who are hiring. Skills can be taught. Personality can rarely be changed. I would rather hire somebody who is very new to the industry but is a fast learner than somebody who has tons of experience but believes that they're always right. Or maybe to correct that, who, in the face of being proven wrong, still think that they're right. Nothing wrong with thinking you're right. Everybody thinks they're right. Why is everything a cube? So this is what's known as a level blockout. This is what you create to test the gameplay and the flow, and to determine the scale and feeling of things before you move on to actually meshing out the level itself. Good example here, although this is very tiny. There we go, that's a bit better. This is what our game looks like. That's what it ends up becoming. What does ablative and hydrogen mean? Those are resources that the player has. What will set this game apart from just a platformer with a set in stone path? A very immersive world with an interesting story, high fidelity visuals. And it's going to be catered to both people who are hardcore speedrunners as well as casuals. We will have options for both. What does he need hydrogen for? For performing, what's the word? Not upgrades, abilities. Like being able to dash or double jump. Want the bottle run out of carbonation? So you are asking just the weirdest questions. But no, I will drink this whole bottle today. I can't fault you for being curious. Nothing wrong with asking questions. In fact, I have more problems with people who don't ask questions than people who ask too many. Get some Pepsi Max Twist. I don't have the money for that. This is way cheaper. How often do I poop? Stop. Sounds like a challenge. Yeah, this is going to be a challenging game to make. You know, to me, I really like the premise of games like Only Up, you know, precision platformers. But I never liked how they felt very vacuous. Like, it's like, okay, you just climb up random things. And in the case of Only Up, it was stolen assets, right? But it didn't really have a purpose. I wasn't really being immersed. It was just like, okay, I can watch a streamer get upset at this game. And then you start to analyze, it's like, okay, but why is the streamer getting upset? Oh, because the game, the meshes have really bad collision, the character is really annoying to control, and the mantling technology is really unpredictable. So they're not actually getting mad at the game, they're getting mad at being able to control and predict how the game is going to play. That's not really fun, right? I would rather make a character that is more fun to control, and you have predictable outcomes with platforming, but the difficulty of jumps and the interesting aspect of each level is determining the pathway and making the jumps themselves. You know, a jump should be difficult because of how you position your body, how much run-up do you need, where are you going to aim at. If I aim up here, just because it's in front of me, well, that's a much higher place to reach. Over here, it's further out, so I need to find that optimal point, which gives me the most chance of success. You know, that to me, that's where the challenge of a jump comes from. You can see the new route we added a couple days ago too, or last week. So I think that fans of precision platformers will find this game easier in some respects than other precision platformers. And it's a lot more fair with more checkpoints. That is 100% true. But I'm okay with that because we can make the game harder by doing certain things, but I'd rather just make the game fun for the average platformer enjoyer and provide options for speedrunners and hardcore enthusiasts. How much of this level layout was planned and tied into the themes of the game itself, and how much is just place random blocks? That's a good question. Almost all of it is placed with the intention that there is a reason why things are the way that they are, especially for platforms like this that are meant to be the human-made aspect of this game. However, there might be some cases where we have things floating in the lava, in this case, in this level specifically, that it's floating there like a rock is floating there because we needed some way to move the player between point A and point B. Grappling hook. Oh god. Probably won't ever do a grappling hook in this game. Nothing that's too zoomy. Because I like that the player feels very grounded in this, and that moving through levels that are big should feel slow and tedious is not the right word, but let's say cumbersome. It's like just seeing from getting here over to this, you know, I can see the pathway that I have to take. I can predict where these platforms are going to move to because they are moving along patterns and timings that you can learn. And I can see areas that might be a bit more challenging than others in a predictable fashion. That the challenge of the game is the skill and not luck. And I think that's how we enable speedrunners to really get, you know, a good feeling for the game. Not this one, right? No, it's that one. I want to go under now. And then that'll pop up here. Perfect. We know from watching it before that it goes under this rock, so we need to get off of here right now. And we can see it going under here. Camera clipping is annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, it is headed this way. And we're gonna have to fall in it. But yeah, for our game, we want to make sure that the lore is really interesting. It is hard sci-fi, not soft sci-fi. It is not we have magic, but rather we have real science driving the technology that we use. And we are building up a realistic facility first on a very real planet that exists. LHS 3844b. We want to make sure that the game is interesting from a standpoint that this place existed and was functional until you start the game and it is not functional. You know, that's the driving force behind the plotline. And then we build these interesting levels and layouts and different platforming sections within that to move the player between points of interest as they climb up the 2.5 kilometers of destroyed, fucked up sci-fi facility. Ignore lighting issues, those are just temporary. Function over form. Form can come later. I find games like this personally more interesting when there's not a set out path, but rather a room full of stuff. Get to the other side, you know? Yeah, we have, we have multiple pathways, and there are time skips. In fact, there are 3 ways that you can get to these moving platforms and move on with the main pathway. It just depends whether or not you want to do an optional objective, how you want to get there. We will have hidden paths, we will have secret things, but there is still a level that you need to get to, right? Maybe let me reiterate that as there is a way into this room and a way out of this room. And in some cases we have, I can draw on the screen here a bit. Ignore anything in the background. You know, this room is like this, right? This square. And we have entrance and exit. You have a general linear path immediately with one branching time skip that like kind of leads you in. You have mostly linear path with one, you know, little time skip in here. And then here you have a choice between main pathway. It's vertical, so it's kind of hard to draw that from top down, but pathway here, there's a pathway that leads around here that's very difficult. And then there's a pathway with optional objective here. And there's a pathway that can lead and connect up, of which this generally like just leads out, let's say with one time skip here, if I recall. You can always come back this way and hook up into here. So this is kind of how we are designing our levels, where it's a linear game. It is very much a linear game, but there are pathways and optional objectives and secrets and things to collect that can lead you off of the beaten path for a while. Yeah. And then there's a really cool feature to. Okay, I have to draw more. Hold on. We're on a fictional planet, right? And we are in a mining facility on this fictional planet. So this is the planetary surface up here, and then we have the mining facility down here. This is Redlock. And this is 2.5 kilometers deep, roughly. So you start at the bottom. You know, after the mining accident, because they're trying to push and expand lower to build the final level of the facility, mining accident occurs, people dead, screaming, pain, suffering, you're alive, holy shit, I need to escape. Start of game. You work your way up into these rooms, right? So in the first level, level 6 is the bottom of the facility. As you work your way up, level 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you have these 3 rooms in the editor here. These are our 3 rooms. First room, second room, and third room. And this is a total of level 6 of the facility. If you fall in these rooms, your progress is not going, you're not going to lose a lot of progress, right? You know, here in the second room, it's pretty dangerous. If you fall over here, you are going to be transported back to the start of the level. There's a shortcut you can open up that saves you a lot of time. I recommend doing it. And then there are some rooms like level 3 that are a lot safer because this is your first like facility level. It's chaotic, it's broken, it's destroyed. But it's not like there's lava at the bottom of this. So if you fall from up here, you just, you know, you lose a few minutes of progress. You figure the pathway out again and you get back up to where you were. It's a good change of pace. It's a little bit safer. Not every level is going to be safer. But then, to get to level 5, you have to cross through the main shaft. I wouldn't recommend falling in here if you can help it. It's going to suck. But we do have a way for you to mitigate your loss in the main shaft if you do fall through a feature known as the emergency station elevator and emergency station airlocks. So the Redlock facility was fitted with airlocks in the case of an emergency, but the rock blast has almost like sheared the facility a bit and has caused a lot of those systems to malfunction because they are mechanical. So unfortunately, these airlocks are imperfectly working at the moment. And so they will cut across this main shaft at each of the junctions, but only partially. So if you do this, if you extend these, requiring you to complete a harder optional platforming section, then if you were to fall up when you're higher, you may land on one of these places instead of falling and landing all the way at the bottom. So for speedrunners, they're not going to do this, right? Because that would waste time. So the game is brutally hard for speedrunners, which I think it should be because that raises the skill ceiling. But for casual players that play at their own pace and can just do these optional objectives if they want, then they will find that the game becomes easier the more that you engage with the optional content. So this is one of the ways that we are making the game cater to both parties. This means the first thing I think about when someone says set on a different planet is change of gravity. This will not come into the game, so Kua Kua, the planet, is 1.3 times Earth gravity, but your exosuit does normalize Earth gravity. If it was lower gravity, it would be okay, but with higher gravity, it just means you can't jump as far, which kind of makes a platformer game boring. So we are going to write lore that your exosuit assists gravity to normalize it to Earth gravity so that you are used to the experience. Yeah. If it was like 0.8, I think it'd be a little bit cooler, but I changed it to 1.3 to test how it felt, and it was like, you can barely jump. And I could just, I could increase the boost for like jumping to normalize your height for it, which I guess we could do anyway, so that physics objects still fall with 1.3 times gravity. That could be interesting. I might do that. But at least for now, we're just keeping normal gravity for the players jumping. But yeah, this is where the geothermal power generators were being installed, and of course, 2 of them have been destroyed in the rock burst, unfortunately. But you can restart them. If you do not restart the geothermal power generators, which you do not have to do, the entire facility will be in emergency power, which will be very spooky and will make the game more difficult. I can tell you that. But you can come back down here at any time and turn those on. It's not like you get locked out of this level if you come back to it later, or if you just forget to do it. Already could go a little bit down the further you get up, so the actual main mechanic of the game, maneuvering. That could be interesting. Let's explore that after release, because that would be pretty easy to change, but it would be like a really fun alternative game mode. Or like a different option. And I love making gameplay options for people. Make the game harder, make it easier. I'm all about that shit. I mean, it's a pretty big planet. It's like, it's 1.3 times the size, because, you know, it's 1.3 times gravity, right? So it is a bit of a super Earth. I don't know if going 2.5 kilometers down would impact it that heavily. I just died because I didn't jump correctly. That's okay, that's part of the game. Yeah, we have a long way to go. This whole year is just going to be spent polishing and making this part of the game more beautiful and run better. We need to do a lot of optimization work. And that's going to be a big task for us. It is 250 years in the future, and what I'm probably what we would explain it as is assisted maneuverability. So it's not changing the gravity, but rather just providing you with probably some like pneumatic assistance to make it feel like you have less gravity. A little bit of hand waving. Interactive movie mode with QuickTime events for the modern audience. Okay, hot take. Weird hot take. The game is already QuickTime events. Any game where you have to press a button to avoid a bad outcome, QuickTime event. Which is pretty much every game. Where's my music? Who broke my Spotify? There we go. On-screen press X prompts. Well, here's the thing. What's the difference between an on-screen press X prompt versus a game where it's real-time and you have to press X to dodge an enemy hitting you, for instance? There is a difference between these two things, of course. But I think it's a bit more nuanced than a lot of players make them out to be. And there's a lot of, you know, functional similarity between these two things. Like me running forward and pressing X to jump and not fall off the edge and die is functionally a QuickTime event. Would you consider hiding the whole HUD behind a keybind? Yeah, absolutely. I don't see why not. I think that there are some things that you might want to keep a track of, like your health, ablative, or hydrogen. we might be able to do some fun stuff with diegetic displaying of those resources, or only display them if they're actively going up or down at any time. So yeah, absolutely, I think we could do it. I like how I'm just playing my game. Unfortunately, though, I still hear stories from other developer friends about how the companies they work at, the developers do not play their games. As you can imagine. The stories are true. You'd be surprised. It's very frustrating. Pulling tab to bring those up on the screen. I mean, you look at some of the many keybinds of large games and how people use them. No, I'm totally for it. It would be a thing that we would do probably after early access launch. Because that to me is like a quality of life immersive thing. So it would not be important to nail down in pre-production. Probably not in vertical slice. But for sure that's like an alpha or beta thing. Definitely beta. There's not really any unknowns. We don't think it's going to break the game at all. It's just going to improve the experience. Why don't they? Time, apathy, sometimes both. Pick your poison. I mean, sometimes development is just so time consuming that it can be very difficult to find the time to do that. BP menu system library. Okay. Access none, trying to read BP settings manager. Here's the issue. They have a hard cast to their game instance. Yeah, but it's cast to BP. That's weird. Is that supposed to work where you grab the game instance, but cast to the BPI that it uses? Because this object is not a blueprint interface. Tries to access object as an interface it may implement. Does our game instance not implement BPI game instance extension? It does. Grab settings manager. Settings manager. Is settings manager not getting set? Potentially. Construct from the global menu config settings manager. Global menu config is grabbing the global menu config from the config redirector. Config redirector is not set. That would be the error. Problem solved. Playing the game is a good sign, and it does look like a nice weekend pump and dump title. We can pump it. What, this one? I hope it's got a little bit more playtime than a weekend pump and dump. Eventually. Okay, error gone. Problem solved. We're aiming for 6 to 7 hours, or not 6, 7. Jesus Christ, don't you dare say the meme. 6 to 10 hours with high replayability. How am I planning it? Don't. It was an accident. We plan to have multiple different game modes, which I think will be interesting in their own right. You still have to enjoy the core game. But there's a couple ways to do it. If you don't like the core platforming experience, you're not going to like replaying the game, right? But hopefully you enjoy the core platforming experience. And some of the game modes, especially like Dark Side, which puts the facility on the dark side of the planet, because Kua Kua is tidally locked with its star, right? So we switch that around and we say, well, now we're on the perpetually dark side of the planet, meaning that we don't have to worry about ablative and solar radiation, but the entire facility is going to be forced into dark mode. And I think that can make it pretty difficult. There's also some gameplay options that I think will make replaying the game in different states a little bit easier, a little bit harder. And if we do all of our platforms in a single data layer, we can easily switch out platforms to provide a different experience with these rooms. For instance, all of these platforms here, we might change them entirely because they're part of a data layer. We just load a harder data layer or a different data layer, or even move the player throughout this room in a different way too. 610. Add the emote. I think Sean and Rex have access to add emotes. I don't remember though. I never remember how to do it. Let me try doing it. Add 2. Oh, Rex's is full up. He has 1,000 emotes added. I don't know if that'll work though. Delete some. I added it to like the basic one. Does it work? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. We've written up some of the lore already if you're like super interested in seeing some of the lore we have. We are pretty much copying word for word the real science behind the star, the host star Batsu. We've made our own stellar plasma ejection scale to rate the severity and magnitude of flares and CMEs that you will have to deal with, and an in-game clock that will warn you of when they're coming with both the flare and the plasma, since it is very close to its host star. We've also written a bit about how they manage calendar synchronization. Mental health is a big one too. We've written up some basic high-level information about level 6. Like for instance, enhanced plasma reduction from forged smeltery boosts H2 liberation from hydrous silicates, making it a viable byproduct stream for water synthesis. It is the first heated to maintain gaseous flow, and then electromagnetic pumps move it down to level 6 for use in water synthesis. So for instance, you will see pipes moving hydrogen from level 3 of the facility down to level 6 and into the water synthesis plant where we store that hydrogen in tanks. So we just, we want to make this believable and as realistic as possible. Although, of course, a lot of the pipe has been destroyed, and you can see here the piping is destroyed and you're platforming on top of the piping. Which is part of the fun. What's up, Paxian? I fixed your bug, by the way. You might be happy to know the issue that you were having so much trouble with was absolutely not your fault. And it has been adjusted. And is actually climbable now. That was not a you problem. Yep, you're not crazy. I did check the other couple places that you fell from. I wasn't able to repeat those experiences. For instance, jumping from here to here, I noticed there was a very weird outcome to that. I wasn't able to replicate that, and I don't really know why it was failing to jump there. Maybe for similar reasons. I'm not sure. But if so, then it should be fixed too. Yeah, I'm not able to replicate that one. There was that, and then there was one other too. It was somewhere around here. But I was testing all these jumps and they seemed fine. But your main jump, your main problematic area has been solved. That was not your fault at all. That was one capsule trace failing to check from the proper height. And it was not hitting the location that it needed to perform the mantle. Yeah. Yeah, and we plan to make level 1 longer anyway, because I think level 1 could be double the length for more introduction, especially of like moving platforms. Before introducing it, because I think this is a pretty hardcore introduction to moving platforms. But you are fully able to see the pattern from up here, for the most part. And you can kind of watch them from up here. One thing at a time, but the level's shaping up pretty well. Can you imagine if we made a backwards mode for this game? I don't even know if it's possible. It would be in some cases, I think. Not here. Definitely not there. Yeah, I think level 1 could be expanded. I 100% agree with that. I really like the expansiveness of this level. And you know, we want to have this like big archway of rocks. I love the depth and framing of this, where it's like you get to see exactly where you need to go with that elevator. But I might extend maybe this initial room, or we lead you up part of the way and have another like section up here, and then we can lead you up fully. I'm not sure yet. Just make an SDK. Oh yeah, let me just make an SDK for the game. That'll take what, 2 days? I think it would take us a long fucking time to make a level editor for the game. I hope my tweak to mantling doesn't ruin anything, but I don't think it will. I made that second capsule check a little bit bigger. Seems pretty fine to me, though. Looks pretty good to me. I like these inside areas. They're kind of hard to make with primitives. But every time I make one, it just feels cool to like go from this massive dangerous area to this little confined space where you kind of feel safe. You know you're not going to die, but then you know that you're going to have to go back out to the dangerous, scary area. Prefab of some scripted stuff? To mess with those? Well, here's the thing, it's like, how do you place that? How do you load it? How do you optimize that, right? Because we will have to make very, very, very incredibly specific optimizations for nanite, non-nanite meshes by putting some into packed level actors, instant static meshes, and hierarchical instant static meshes. I don't think that our game is going to be able to support that without some significant, I should have ran and jump, some significant custom software. I don't think it's going to be possible, and it's not going to be possible with the resources that we have. Unfortunately. But we're using a lot of really advanced technologies, and we just do not have the team or knowledge to support that. Yeah, and you're right, we would have to manage it afterwards too, so. You know, it's something that we can say, okay, we're going to make Redlock, but now, I don't know. If we sell like enough copies to make 15 million bucks or something, yeah, no problem. I can hire the people we need, we'll do it. Even if it means refactoring a good portion of the game. Because I can just pay people for a couple years as long as the, general user engagement and retainment is high. But if it's just not there, then it's not going to be possible. A lot of that comes down to money at the end of the day. I will be happy if, and I think Rex can agree with me, if we make enough money to just make our second game. Make 50 million bucks, you better vanish and chill. I don't think that's ever going to happen for me. If we were to make $2 billion from this game, I'm not quitting game dev. I'll just make better games. And I'll open up a publishing branch too. And we'll fund indie games. The only thing I do with $2 billion is first, Rex and I are gonna go and blow half of it on blackjack and hookers and blow. Then we'll pay for any family medical bills or, pay off houses in the family. Then we're gonna pump and dump the rest of it into future games. Will your wife get hookers too? She's got me. I don't see what she needs more of. Moving to Poland also. We'll get a house for Microraptor. With 24/7 live streams, including bathroom cameras, but you have to pay more money for access to those. If blow from a smelly ass is overrated by Hollywood. Well, I don't think we should emulate anything that Hollywood does. Ever. Yeah, I don't see any issues where the mantling changes are causing problems, so I think we're pretty good. Seems like it's working great. Time skips are completable. Today was supposed to be about testing menu system. I honestly, I like the menu system. We'll have to play around with it. I think what we'll do, like, with tomorrow, because yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. What we'll do is we'll refactor all of our menus. I'll have to check their Discord tonight and see what the intended workflow is for general HUD elements that don't require input and never will have input versus menus that will have input. And how should we separate these? What classes should I be building with? Is it possible to hook it all up? Do I need to hook it up? Maybe Menu System Pro doesn't require us to, you know, initialize or register menus with its own systems. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, if I had $1 billion, I would just make games. We would just spend it all trying to make the best games we can. Target, you know, maximum 5 to 10 million budgets. Nothing higher per game. Just build some great experiences. This for controller support? Some of it is for controller support, yeah. Some of it is. Because controller support for the game is actually kind of some of it is already here. Not all of it, but some of it. And we just need to make it all work with the menus. Oh, I forgot to jump. Still make it. But it's always been my dream to open up a publishing division. And just help individuals make great experiences in games. I'm testing out the time skips. You spend 100K every day since Jesus was born up until the day you wouldn't spend enough to cover the same number all countries are in debt right now. Oh, wonderful. What is debt anyway? Like, what does it mean to be in debt with another country? If they don't have the military power to actually enforce it, is it really there? I mean, I'm pretty good at jumping on that one. That one's small, but I'm pretty good at jumping on that one. I don't think I've missed that one too many times. I'll try the time skip here, though. This one's pretty tough. I don't know if I can make it. I think this is my most fun time skip, though. You know, I actually feel like this one's a bit easier now with the mantling improvements, except for the fact that I just failed. I spoke too soon. I should have sprint jumped. You should be able to climb up on it though, if you land a little bit short. Yeah, still very climbable. And it's a bit of bait. I don't think you can make this jump without hitting the platform and doing a baby step off of it. I tested that quite a lot, and I don't think you can make that jump any other way. I thought I was gonna fail that one. But it's a big time skip. There's a lot of minutes that you save doing this for speedrunning, so I am very much okay with that being quite challenging. And there's a one time skip up here too, but this one I do often fail at. This one's not easy. Okay, I have to focus and fly camera to the object you hovered. Right mouse click E to fly up and voila. Alright, alright. That is useful, thank you. Can you hit that platform here only when this one comes over? Cause I don't think you can jump off of this one. I think you have to hit. Oh fuck. You have to be really precise with the timing on that. But I don't remember if you had to jump when it was already coming down out of the... Yeah, you gotta do it like that. Yeah, fuck that time skip. Yeah, that one. Hey, the speedrunners will nail that. They'll make it look so easy, Paxian, for you and I, that we'll think that we can do it. They'll be like, oh, that's easy. I can do that next time I play. Fail. I'm going to leave that one to the speedrunners. I can do some of the other ones, but that one is like, it's right at the end of the level. If you fuck that up, you are out a lot of time. Way too big of a risk. It's the scam of watching speedrunning. Sometimes the moving platforms are kind of weird. Well, we're going to replace this with a proper elevator anyway. The temporary solution. I like this. I like the idea of an elevator that gets stuck and you have to platform the way, you know, the rest of the way up. Like some action movie. Good stuff. Let this one come to a grinding halt. One jump you did before that block was so thin from a high height. Oh, the other time skip. Yeah, that one is tough too. That is really tough too. Yeah, there's a few pathways up here too. You can either just play it safe and, you know, go up like the corner here. I don't really know what the fastest way there is. I guess speedrunners will find it out. We can be pretty casual about it and just go up this way. No biggie. There might be some faster pathways over this way though. Not sure. And that's how you get into the third room. And then you beat this and you're done with the first level of the game. I have no building components. You can get up this way, right? Oh no, you'd have to... Well, hold on a sec. I think you could probably fall down from up here. Jesus Christ. Calm down, camera. I think you could fall down from up here and then get back up. Oh yeah, you can. Climb back up here. We'll have some more things to hide too, like audio logs and neurotags from dead employees that you can collect. And I think over time we'll start to see more immersive sim elements make it into the game potentially. We'll just take those as we go. Yeah, as far as I know, there should be no other pathways up to that. There is a time skip here, but it's quite challenging. It might be a little bit easier now with the new mantling tech than we had before. Not 100% on that, though. I think it is a little bit easier now. I say as I fail. Oops. Visible time skip. Yeah, I think that this one is going to be pretty hard to notice. We need to do more of these, though. We need to do more of these. This allows you to skip the vents, though, so I like that it's a little challenging, but also mostly just hard to spot. There aren't a whole lot of time skips in this level, though. One's mostly linear. There is a time skip in the lava room. Though keep in mind, when I say time skip, they're time skips that I know about, and I think speedrunners will find more that I didn't intend. You can go around that way. That's a little clenchy. No time skip here. I'm pretty sure I didn't make this possible. I think I didn't. That's not possible. I wanted it to look possible. I'm pretty happy with that. It's a fun level. This one is more like a visual puzzle, so you have to take the time to figure out the pathway. And the difficulty isn't from necessarily making tough jumps, or ones that I should say are lethal. Figuring out the order to the chaos. It is 3:14:20 Earth time. And this is where you would start to platform up to level 5. It would be across the hall somewhere. And you would have to platform in the main shaft, which is a lot larger than it looks, I think. And try not to fall. Should be good. Should be good. Yeah, I feel pretty happy about that. It doesn't even feel like it's that long, that far across, until you're actually like having to walk across it. So yeah, we'll see. It's pretty nasty. Oops, forgot that has no collision. This will be a pretty hard scene to optimize too, because we need to model the entirety of this main shaft and have it all be visible along with the star. It's gonna be tough. For working. Don't I normally stream for like 7 hours? There's something really nice about doing like just short 3 to 4 hour sprints for streaming. Okay, did we make any... We fixed a bug with our game instance. ImSim character, GI, game mode, player controller. This is the BP that we need to have loaded at all times. Global menu configure director. I don't remember us changing that though. Oh, that's the one that we put in the core folder. But are we using that somewhere? This game is kind of giving off WoW hardcore vibes when you come to jumps you've not tried before. It makes you stop and think for a second because, well, you don't want to lose all your progress. I've seen that a lot of MMOs have those like jumping sections. I think Final Fantasy has one too, and I think Genshin has a few. They're like fun little side activities for when you're bored of doing the main quest or like doing raids or something. Kotspur and I have talked about doing a feature where... Oh, we do reference this. Where you would be able to see the ghosts of other players. So we would save Delta input. And similar to how you, when you are like playing Dark Souls or Elden Ring, where you can interact with the red blood spatters and see how somebody died, you could see that here in this game. I think that would be pretty fun to see like people trying or attempting different time skips, and it would kind of give you a hint that there is like maybe a time skip around or something that you didn't anticipate that would kill you or something to avoid. Like that would be a really, really positive feature, I think, for casual players, since we don't have that like that time factor to the game and you can just spend as much time as it takes to beat the game. Yeah, exactly, a ghost. Wait, are we using this? I thought we were hooking into the original one. Yeah, why, this was versioned. Why is it not here? Hold on. Okay, there it is. And then we want to delete the one in our core folder. That's got the game instance reference. We just need to fix that up. Yeah, don't save those. Hopefully that'll fix that problem. Wait, what is this? What is this Goyim thing? What is this? I've heard this. What does it mean? The Jewish thing? Is it like a Jewish term for bro? Like Yiddish bro kind of thing? Not Jewish, they speak Yiddish. It's now a meme? What does it mean though? Like, what's the origin of this? Okay. Now we're good. And this one will redirect to the menu config. Looks good to me. Let's just double check we aren't getting errors. Oh, it means non-Jewish people. Oh. Okay. Unless I am not Jewish. I was born in a Protestant family. Good old Lutherans accepting gay people and singing happy songs, not giving fire and brimstone speeches. It's not a good word? Oh, it's like a slur? Oh, that's cool. I like slurs. Yep, no errors. Looks good to me. All right, let's push this then as a basic setup for Menu System Pro. No errors currently. Should be ready for menu implementation. Time to receive what I've been owed 3,000 years ago? Man, the world don't owe me shit. You want something from the world, you gotta go out and take it. Is there like a slider? No, you know what? We're not gonna... Fuck. I wasn't prepared to like implement options. But the only real menu we have... Okay, there are a couple of real menus we have. One of the real menus we have is the, you know, the escape menu. It would be nice to implement options, but I wasn't even planning to do that yet. Technically, this was just an initial spike that determines unknowns and use. We need this. We absolutely need this. What we used to plan is like GitHub. This is not GitHub. This is like Jira, but better. It is U-Track. It's made by JetBrains. Way better functionality than Jira, and it is free for up to 10 people, with no locking of advanced features behind paywalls. Oops, delete row, please. Okay, logo commission is started. That's going to be moving forward this week. Mood boards are just, tied to Beautiful Corner, so Rex is still working on that. We did share some information about nanite usage yesterday, so that's still in progress, and we're gonna have to do profiling passes. So it's possible that we might start to do this meshing out very soon, potentially even this week. Yeah, I can share with you the U-Track stuff. I mean, you can start it here for free. The pricing is shown here. Full featured edition for small teams, 1 to 10 users, free. Really, really great if you're on a small team. And you can also run it off of your own server too. But they basically have built-in Confluence, and then of course you have your Agile boards. Everything that you would expect there. Track mentioned. So I can only say from my initial, you know what? Let me go to the bathroom again, because I drink so much that I have to pee like a 80-year-old woman. I feel better. I feel better today. I feel better. I was very scared that we would like spend the next 2 weeks trying to get like gamepad input, or maybe Menu System Pro would be shit and it wouldn't work. It kind of just seems to be working. But I'll be right back. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Who made it hot in here? Why is it so warm? Oh, scatter. Scatter, you little roaches. In your project, you're trying to figure out a lore reason for a new feature I have to add for gameplay reasons. What is the feature? Shortcuts. Fuck. You know what? I feel pretty fucking good about this. We need to do spiking and testing for Steam input. So I think what we need to do, thinking mentally on this, it would be really nice to change all of our input supported menus over to Menu System Pro. Even if right now we don't do a full options menu, or most of it doesn't change a damn thing. I'm okay with that at this point in time. How many menus do we actually have that require input? I think it's like 3. I think it's, or 2 even. It might just be like checkpoints and the options menu. Checkpoint, crosshair, interactable tooltip, MVVM, on-screen timer, player effects, player resources. Playtest finish is 1, 2. So we have checkpoint, playtest finish. That's just a simple button, right? And then startup message, escape menu. So I would like to convert these 4 over to Menu System Pro. And then what we can do is start to spike Steam input. That likely means that we need Steam integration. Do I recommend Menu System Pro? I don't think I've had enough experience with it to recommend it yet. What I have had experience with so far is that it seems to do a pretty decent job of making it easy to work with common UI and have functional gamepad input with widgets. So far, it seems to do what you would probably buy it to do, and it also looks like it has a ton, and I do mean a ton, of support for options and like built-in support for DLSS and FSR. You just need to download the SDKs and install them where they go, hook up a couple of execution nodes, and that's all implemented. Pretty easy to understand save system for options, but I haven't worked with it enough to really give you my full experience with it. But what I have worked with so far today, yeah, it's pretty good. I don't remember how much it cost though for me. I bought it on a sale, I think. It's like what, 70 bucks? 80 bucks? I'm pretty sure I got this on a sale. What the fuck is it in Korean? Why am I seeing Polish prices but Korean language? Okay, I clicked X. That scares me. Game has spaceships and need to add a push beam they can use to untangle themselves and keep the game flow going. Tractor beams for salvaging companies would have those. Is that enough of a lore reason? Tractor beams, but in reverse. Like a repelling... a repellent shield, which protects against small space debris, but can also be used in low velocity situations to prevent ships from colliding with each other. Yeah, because if you think of it this way, like a super tiny, you know, asteroid could be hurling through dark space and just smack you and destroy your ship, technically speaking. So this is really good against high velocity, low mass, like debris, to protect against that. But you can use it against low velocity materials as well. and so they kind of have like multiple use cases for it. Yeah, it's a real problem for current space exploration, 100%. Steam input. Add a dash into the game. Currently unused, but fully functional. So I'm gonna mark that off when we actually have more of that done. And I think we need to add the dash into the exosuit upgrades and abilities document. I need this to go on sale. I don't know if it will. I need to buy that for Rex. It's only 40 bucks anyway. We're gonna use this for our star, because it'll be really, really close proximity to the planet. Why would we need that? Because I said so. And it's fully animated. The second reason is a lot better than the first. But yeah, it's our star. Sorry, it's just fucking with me. The star Batsu is 30 times the size in the sky compared to our sun. So I wanted to have a very high quality animated star that you could see from the facility main shaft, and of course you'll see it with a wider radius as you move up the main shaft. From the bottom it should be just barely visible, but then of course it'll take up more of the field of view as you get towards the top. Which I think will look cool. And then we are just going to apply a directional light on top of that, so we aren't going to have ultra dynamic sky, which is just a little bit too bloated for our use case. So we're going to throw this in the sky, throw up a simple sky sphere, and then directional light, straight down, unmoving, nice and static. And it should be pretty friendly in terms of performance. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. We're doing well. We're doing very well. I'll add here fully mesh room 1 and profiling observations is really, really key. Nanite profiling and observations. I mean, we only have one shortcut in the game, right? I think we're okay with one shortcut, but I do need to add some design around shortcuts. Very simple goals, uses, design of what we want to avoid. Shortcuts will need to have saving too. Save, load, and checkpoints. What we save. Shortcut. Status, I guess we could say. Because of course, if you activate a shortcut and Well, I don't know. Technically, shortcuts should not get saved if you die. And you don't save first. But that's a little bit hardcore. Maybe we break the rules for shortcuts and we say that if you've unlocked a shortcut, that the status of that saves. And we'll make that like a difficulty option. In my opinion. What are the feelings on that? Shortcuts save immediately. Default is on. Saves the status of shortcuts immediately when triggered, so that even on death, or let's just say that, and then we'll put in notes, if set to on, shortcuts are saved, and even if the player should die before resaving, that shortcut will be triggered and accessible to traverse. I like that a lot. Keep progression on death is turned off by default, but I think shortcut saving immediately should be on. As a casual friendly feature. Of course, you can customize your game when you start it up. And then we have these game modes here which will have their own settings, but then can be tweaked manually too after this. This is speedrunning. I think we'll leave that on by default for speedrunning. Though we have a casual mode. I don't know. I mean, we do have a casual mode. Nah, I still like it being on by default. Well, because like, what's the point of opening up a shortcut and then continuing on your way to hit the next checkpoint, where if you die, you have to redo that shortcut anyway? And in a lot of cases, you can't back travel without dying or teleporting. No, we keep it on by default. Keep it on by default. We can always turn it off for like a hardcore mode, which we don't really have designed yet here. So I could add it. Could do. Let's do. Okay, hardcore. Hardcore parkour. Game mode specifically tailors gameplay options to be as unfriendly and challenging as possible. For true masochists, or to force on for certain streamer Steam IDs that we really hate. I know if I put it there, it's going to cause problems down the line. We could do that though. Just saying, I can keep an internal list. Actually, I think Steam might not allow that. They might specifically have something in the terms of service for Steamworks where you're not allowed to give different experiences for people based on their Steam IDs. But it would be funny. Engine exploded again. You did an infinite loop somewhere. Time to bathe myself. How'd you do an infinite loop? That's pretty hard to do. I've done it sometimes though. You know, you put a function somewhere that it shouldn't be, and it loops on itself. This game mode aims to provide an authentic experience, but with everything as challenging as it can be. Okay, so hardcore as a specific option is meant to be one life saved elite. My feelings on that, you know, having that would nullify a lot of these options. Or if you die, it's over. I think maybe we change that to Iron Man. So we call like the difficulty hardcore, but we then call that specific option Iron Man instead of hardcore. Pack pickups Bob, then Q order Bob to jump out, but then Bob jumps out and looks for a suitable place to land, and then he goes to pick up a resource. Got something calling something in a circle? Yeah, maybe like some like little check or something. You're working in Unreal, right? It should be pretty easy to track down where that infinite loop is occurring. Usually they don't even allow you to run the game where there's an infinite loop. Hey, Jormungandr, need a developer's perspective. Crimson Desert releasing March 19th, Too Good to Be True or Labor of Love. It's got a bajillion mechanics and looks great on its own custom engine. Some people think there's no way and it's too good to be true. How about this, Jormungandr? How long are you planning to be on the stream today? Wait for working 2 hours? Okay, we are going to finish up writing up this option, and I will watch everything that's been released for Crimson Desert, because I've only seen one bit of gameplay. It didn't impress me, but apparently that was a pretty bad showcase. I haven't seen anything about it since. I'll just watch it. That's what we'll do. 15 showcases between 10 to 20 minutes each. Well, how about this? We'll find the ones that I think are the most relevant. Or the most interesting. Iron Man, Iron Man, Iron Man. So Iron Man will not be on by default for hardcore mode. But I imagine that there will be some people that try to play hardcore Iron Man. It just makes it sound like old school RuneScape. You know what we could do? I could reach out to Jagex. Because we would have like a cosmetic, and I was thinking it would be fun to have cape cosmetics for beating certain modes. It would be really funny if they would give us, you know, they would allow us to use the helm icons. If you can beat the game on hardcore Iron Man. God, I would love that. They're pretty good spirits over there at Jagex, so maybe they would allow it. Yeah, I'm curious about Crimson Desert too. Because they mentioned it's not an RPG game. So I'm curious what it exactly is. Build your own stations. I don't know. I don't think if I turn this off, if the game would be doable. Emergency station airlocks enabled? No. Off. Emergency station elevator? No. On-screen timer. We can leave that off by default. Checkpoints off. Checkpoint teleportation off. Or I think we can do... We could do allowable in game finish. Calling now, Crimson launches a single player game, no microtransactions, 6 months down the line, multiplayer elements will be added. Already ready, then slowly microtransactions get added? Could be. I don't know. Could be. Spawn already collected neurotags. Audio logs off. Keep progression on death. Definitely not. Shortcuts save immediately off. Okay, there's a hardcore mode designed. I don't know how long it'll take. Very long. Depends on amount of deaths, failures. This is my goal though, is just to add as many difficulty options as we can and then make the, you know, just make customizable game modes. You know, find the exact way to play that you really like and just play the game and enjoy it. And that's pretty easy from my perspective. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. We'll continue with the Menu System Pro tomorrow then, so I will end the YouTube recording for today. And we have like an hour left, so we can just watch some Crimson Desert and analyze it, because I barely know anything about it. And then tomorrow we can overhaul these 4 menus to work with the new Menu System Pro. Maybe add in some more controller support for the game. We shall see. No pending changes. That's just plastic warning me. Good, good, good. Alright, yep, that's why I'm the user recording. Stick around though. Don't go anywhere.